Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A person is dead following a pedestrian crash in Chartiers Township, Washington County. Police say it happened around 2 o'clock this morning along Pike Street, where a person was walking. They were struck by a vehicle. The driver stayed on the scene. The investigation into the incident continues. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man was slashed with brass knuckles during a fight in Market Square in downtown. That incident happened around 8:30 Friday night on Graham Street nearby. A man broke out brass knuckles and slashed the victim, according to a public safety spokesperson. Police quickly took the alleged suspect into custody, and the person who was slashed was taken to a hospital. They're in stable condition this morning. Well, a Wilkinsburg man on Friday indicted by a federal grand jury in Pittsburgh on charges of influencing, impeding, or retaliating against a federal official or federal law enforcement officer by threat. Federal officials say 40-year-old Raymond Chandler III repeatedly called members of Congress and left threatening voicemails, including that he would kill a congressmember and a congressmember's daughter, along with President Trump. Federal officials say the voicemails occurred between April of last year and May 1st of this year. Chandler faces up to 10 years in prison for each of the 5 counts, along with a fine of up to $250,000 for each indictment count. Well, if you were heading to Sandcastle today, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Not open today, Sandcastle said, due to the unseasonably cold temperatures. The park will open on Sunday instead of today. Now, if you have a Sandcastle 2026 season pass, you can visit Kennywood today for free. If you have a one-day ticket to Sandcastle for today, it will be valid at the park for any other day this season. And in Latrobe, the Ligonier Country Market is back in service for its 50th season, and I said Latrobe. Yep, it's in a new location this year, held on Ligonier Street in Latrobe. Market will be held each Saturday from around 8 a.m. until noon, except for June 6th, July 4th, and August 22nd. Market is expected to bring around 60 to 70,000 visitors to Latrobe this summer. KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:02. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cloudy and cool today with occasional rain and drizzle, high up to 63. Still a bit of rain around tonight with a low down to 56. Cloudy and warmer tomorrow with a couple of showers, high 76. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, so let's welcome Mark Clark, of course, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. And rather appropriate, the Memorial Day weekend. I was just talking to Lenny McAllister, who's in here doing his audio book. We're going to try to get him in here in the noon hour today. I'm infatuated with history, and I love history. So I watched over the last couple of days on Netflix an old History Channel documentary on FDR.
Okay.
And I was trying to explain to the audience how lucky we are to live in these times as opposed to what people dealt with at the turn of the 19th and the 20th century. Obviously, the Great Depression, 2 world wars. But what FDR did, and forget about your political beliefs, Democrat, Republican, he may have done more in the first 100 days than most presidents do in their entire first term.
Agreed.
All right. But I knew, but it was such a great refresher course, and that's one of the reasons why I want to get Lenny in here at noon to promote his new book and obviously to talk about FDR because he really knows this stuff. But the GI Bill, Social Security, a form of Medicare, all these things, and he took that population 65 and over, which really made up poor people in this country, and he immediately gave them life after a life of hard work. So we've come a long way, but because of what he did, we're here talking about this great gift that's Medicare every week.
That's it. Thank goodness for him, right, for those decisions. And, we're here today to talk about Medicare. And it's a beautiful day in Pittsburgh. I know everybody hates the rain, especially on a holiday weekend.
But it also makes you prioritize, and you can sit and understand the significance of what this holiday is all about.
That's right. No, you're not wrong. And, the rain's needed for sure. And, there are brighter days coming, but it's still a beautiful day in Pittsburgh. I'm happy to be here to talk about Medicare, as always. Today we're going to talk about a lot of things, Rob, and yes, Medicare is a gift, really is a gift to us.
Think about what he did with just Social Security alone.
That's it.
And for some people, as it is today, their sole source of income when it comes to retirement. And health care is the most important part of life after work. And without Medicare and what you do at MediConnect, there'd be a lot of people without health care.
A lot of people without health care, a lot of people with a lot of bills, a lot of people with a lot of problems, right? A lot of good decisions made back then. Thank goodness for them. Today, I want to talk about preventative Medicare screening services, why hospital indemnity coverage matters, Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage. If you're aging into Medicare, if you're helping a family member or friend, if you're just thinking about what's it going to be like when I retire and how does Medicare work, you've come to the right program. We're here to talk about this stuff, and we're here to help guide you and lead you and help you understand how all of the pieces of this puzzle work, because it can be very confusing. It can cause you to lose sleep at night. It can cause you to just pull your hair out sometimes. People get very confused about how all this works. But that's why they want to come to us, MediConnect. You can reach our live agents right now. I have agents standing by, 888-818-6334. They're live until noon today. They'll answer your questions. They'll even set up a private consultation either at our office or at your home. They'll talk to you over the phone. They'll help you understand and make connections with how to best utilize the Medicare coverage that you have now. And if you don't have Medicare, they'll help you understand it so that you can make the right decisions about your Medicare coverage. But as always, in the first segment, Rob, we do a little bit of history. You and I have something in common. I love those history shows. I love learning from the past. What's that old saying, right? If we don't learn from the past, we're going to repeat it. And I totally believe that because humanity tends to not learn from their mistakes, right? But let's talk about some history from May 23rd, right? Across history, some important events that happened. May 23rd, 1934, the famous bank robbers Bonnie and Clyde were ambushed and killed in Louisiana. You didn't know them, right?
No, but I knew Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway. But,
there you go.
I remember that movie, 1967.
Wow. I don't. And
that was a very violent movie for its time.
Yeah, that's one I should watch. I'm a little like my coworker Lauren Uran. I love old movies. I just love that stuff.
Well, here's the thing. You know who had a breakout role in that, and he went on to become one of the greatest Academy Award-winning? Gene Hackman.
Oh. Yeah.
He was in that. That was like his first big movie role. And then a couple of years later, French Connection, and he was up and running. But yeah. Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway, two of the last movie stars of the golden age of Hollywood.
I love The French Connection. That was a great movie.
It was a great movie.
Yeah, I love that movie. I watched it just recently. Anyway, how about May 23rd, 1960? Israel announced the capture of Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann. They actually had captured him a few days before that, but I guess this is when they made the official announcement, right? And how about May 23rd, 1980? The Shining, director Stanley Kubrick starring Jack Nicklaus. It was released in theaters. There's a movie.
Jack Nicholson, tremendous.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson is tremendous. He's an awesome actor. Great treasure. And then May 23rd, 2005, the concluding episode of Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith. It rewrote box office history by grossing $158.5 million in the first 4 days.
And there's a new one opening as of yesterday that my son, 27 years of age, and all of his buddies are still in love with Star Wars, and they're going today.
How about that? What it's a tremendous run that franchise has had. Now that I think Disney's taken it over, right?
They do everything right.
Yeah, they do everything. If it's successful, they want it.
You gotta love the mouse.
That's it. I love Mickey for sure.
Me too.
How about famous birthdays on May 23rd? Right, May 23rd, 1933. The iconic English actress and author and columnist, best known for her role as the glamorous villainess Alexis Carrington on the TV show Dynasty, Joan Collins was born.
And she's still alive. She was on the red carpet at the Cannes Film Festival.
I think today she turns 93. And I was reading some about her. She's interesting.
Spitfire, real Spitfire.
She has a interesting diet. She talked about how she eats 2 eggs 3 times a day with black coffee.
It works.
Just keeps her in her place, right? That's just a beautiful woman, even at 93. How about May 23rd, 1958? American comedian, actor, television host. The Drew Carey Show is what he's famous for. Whose Line Is It Anyway? Now The Price is Right. Yes, it's him, Drew Carey.
I remember seeing his very first bit on The Tonight Show.
Yeah.
Hysterical.
You're going to make me look that up later.
And Memorial Day weekend, rather significant. He had as we used to call, a crew cut in that first appearance because he was a former Marine.
How about that? So, I didn't know that about him.
Great story, Drew Carey.
Yeah, Drew Carey, great success story. What a career
from
he's
Cleveland,
had.
Ohio.
Yeah. There you go. One good thing out of Cleveland. I'm sorry.
That's right. Now we got a trivia question, by the way, and that person who has the correct answer at 412-922-1020 will win a $15 Get-Go gas card.
That's it, yeah. And this is kind of a tribute to my wife. She loves Disney stuff. But here's the trivia question for today. What was the very first feature-length animated movie ever released by Walt Disney Company? What was the very first feature-length animated movie ever released by the Walt Disney Company? And I can give them a selection of choices here. A multiple choice. How about this? Was it Cinderella, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Fantasia, or Sleeping Beauty?
And the risk that he took doing this is he went full out, like a red carpet, Grauman Theater, Hollywood.
Yeah.
And it was a massive hit.
Yeah. You think about some of those iconic people like Walt Disney and even Milton Hershey.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys, they had some money. And, in their stories, there is some failure. But there's always this pinnacle moment where they have to take this big risk and big step. And, without that big step and faith in yourself and believing that you can do it, I don't think anything gets accomplished.
They are right now filming the life story of Milton Hershey. It's going to be a major motion picture. And speaking of major motion pictures, the life of Jimmy Stewart is going to be released here very soon, too, from Indiana, Pennsylvania. So a lot of really cool things are happening in the world that we live in. But if you think you know the answer, 412-922-1020. Don't forget, advisors always standing by, never a charge for an appointment with the folks at MediConnect. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. So tell everybody about the upcoming seminars. And by the way, they are free, but you got to reserve your space. You can do it by calling our advisors at 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or going to MediConnectInsurance.com and clicking on the seminars tab. Go ahead.
That's right. Yeah, we got these live seminars coming up May 26th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. I'll be there. So I'll be happy to meet you there. June 2nd at 5:30 p.m., we have a retirement panel. This is a different type of seminar. If you're retirement is on your radar in the next few years, we're going to have a panel of people, experts, local experts on retirement, on financial planning, on all kinds. Obviously, we'll be there. All kinds of topics that you need. This is not a sales presentation. This is a question and answer. It's free. There'll be light refreshments. There'll be some giveaways. You don't want to miss it. June 22nd at 5:30 p.m. We'll be at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. That's on Mayview Road. June 9th at 4:30 and at 6 p.m. we'll be at the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital. That's on Duncan Avenue. June 23rd at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. And June 30th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Imperial Lifespan. That's on Penn Lincoln Drive. You definitely want to go to these seminars. If you're turning 65 in the next 6 to 12 months, these seminars are for you. Don't forget about that retirement panel on June 2nd. You can go to our website and click Seminars tab, or you can call 888-818-6334, and our live agents will help you sign up. Again, they're free. We just want to make sure we have space for you. We want to make sure you also have materials. Free, definitely way worth the price. You would have to pay a lot of money, actually, to go to a lot of these seminars that with so much information, valuable information for you.
All right, Marianne is our winner from Pittsburgh, so give everybody the correct answer.
That's right. Well, congratulations, Marianne. We asked this question: what was the very first feature-length animated movie ever released by the Walt Disney Company? And the answer is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Congratulations.
All right, we'll come back. Mark and I together, MediConnect, the Inside Connection on KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
With multiple tri-state neuropathy centers treatment locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible and successful. Here's Sean Ritchie, founder and DC of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, with one of his stories from helping over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life.
James from Youngwood suffered for 10 years. He had all the symptoms of neuropathy, the numbness, the pain, the burning, the stabbing, even had these jumpy legs at night. It was destroying his life, and he had to quit his job. After going through our non-invasive treatment program, we were able to get him pain-free, sleeping again. In fact, he told me he went hunting this year and was able to do it without any problem.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help James. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Thank you, Andy Emroyd, for introducing Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control to Pittsburgh.
Nothing is safer, nothing works better in killing pesky insects. Protect all your plants with Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. It is 100% non-toxic and earth-friendly, not insect-friendly.
But is it safe for our new puppy?
Harmony Garden OIC is safe for people and pets. Just spray and walk away.
Visit participating True Value hardware stores or go online to harmonyoic.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back. MediConnect, the Inside Connection. We hope you're having a safe and happy holiday weekend. Remember those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And today we're giving you a chance to get caught up on all the things that they do on a regular basis at MediConnect. But remember, we have our advisors standing by until noon if you want to set up an appointment to kind of go over some of your current benefits, or if you're looking ahead to the next open enrollment period. It'll be here before you know it. The fall will be here before you know it. So you're going to want to do your homework now. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. And remember, there is never a charge for an appointment at MediConnect. Go ahead, Mark.
That's right. Yeah. Rob, you're not wrong. The annual enrollment period, it seems like it's far away, but believe it or not, we're already gearing up. We're I'm creating the schedule. The carriers coming in to show us the new plans here later in the fall. It won't be long before we're doing our annual certifications and our testing that we need to do to sell the products for next year. It's just right around the corner. The calendar just seems to go by faster and faster every year, but we're always preparing, always learning, always growing, always trying to get better at what we do. And today's no different. Today, I really want to address, I want to talk about one of the most valuable and probably underused parts of Medicare, and that's preventative screening services. People don't realize that they can get preventative screening services from Medicare. And I'm going to give you some examples. A lot of people think that Medicare only pays when you get sick, but Medicare actually will help you, and it helps you cover screenings and wellness services designed to help catch problems early. And as you know, Rob, early diagnosis and then early treatment is the key to being able to recover and get well again and to move on and live more healthy life. What am I talking about? They can catch problems early. And if you catch problems early, you get better outcomes. You have less invasive treatment. You have lower health care costs. And, if you're like me, I have relatives, most of them were men, that always said, I don't go to the doctor, never would seek medical treatment. And then when they finally did, it was kind of too late, right? They had to go through very invasive treatments, and sometimes that didn't work out so well. So what's the answer there? Preventive screenings covered by Medicare. Here's some examples of preventive screenings that you can get. Annual wellness visits, mammograms, colon cancer screenings, diabetes screenings, cardiovascular screenings, bone density tests, depression screenings, flu shots, pneumonia vaccines. I mean, and that's just a limited list of what they can do. And depending on your situation, many of these services may have little or no out-of-pocket costs. And Rob, that really depends on the type of Medicare coverage you have, whether you've chosen a Medicare supplement, Medicare Advantage plan, what your Medicare Advantage plan is going to cover, and if there's any copays related to these screenings. One of the biggest mistakes people make is skipping these screenings because they feel fine. I got news for you. You can't wait till you feel sick to probably make sure that you're okay. That once a year health screening, that's a really important thing. I used to be the same way. I'm not going to the doctor. I feel fine. I'm not going to go to the doctor. But, in recent years, I've just learned that it pays to just sit down and chat with my doctor, get my vital signs and maybe a blood test, right? It's really important just to stay on top of that stuff, because early detection and early treatment really is the answer to remaining healthy. You can't just say, well, I feel fine, so I'm not going to go to the doctor. Many serious conditions don't show symptoms until they become harder to treat. Preventive care can literally save your life. So here's a good example. One gentleman delayed getting a colonoscopy, and I'll be honest, I've had multiple colonoscopies in my life. I've had some issues, right? And the worst part about a colonoscopy, probably, Rob, so does everybody that's ever had one, is the prep treatment you have to do the day before, right? That's the worst part. You got to drink that liquid, and it's not a fun liquid to drink, and then the results are no fun. But I want to be honest with you. That is probably the one major thing that especially men over 50 ought to do for themselves, is make sure they get a regular screening so that they can be taken care of in that way. One man that delayed that testing, what happened when he finally did have the testing, doctors discovered precancerous polyps, and they had to be removed. And it was no major issue, but if he would have let it go, the treatments would have got more invasive, the surgeries would have taken longer, more recovery time, he would have had more massive bills, and it would have been a harder issue to deal with. It's important to get those preventative screenings taken care of. let's switch gears here a little bit, and let's talk about hospital indemnity coverage. Hospital indemnity coverage is so important. Many people assume that Medicare covers everything during a hospital stay. Unfortunately, that's not true. It doesn't cover everything during a hospital stay. And even Medicare Advantage plans, if you have one of those, you'll face some cost. What kind of cost? A daily hospital copay or ambulance bills, observation costs, skilled nursing expenses. Unexpected out-of-pocket exposure to costs can really cost you a lot. How do you help? How do you avoid those unexpected costs because of a hospital stay? You get a hospital indemnity plan. There is hospital indemnity coverage available to you at a very reasonable cost, and they're very customizable plans. These plans are designed to pay cash benefits directly to you, and they can cover anything that happens during an unexpected hospital cost. They can give you money to help pay copays, deductibles, transportation. They can help you with a lot of issues. And the good news about hospital indemnity, any indemnity plan, is they pay that money right to you. And so you can decide what to do with that money. Let's say because of the extra hospital expense, you need to find extra money to pay your rent or your mortgage or your utilities. This, at the very least, an indemnity plan can help give you some financial breathing space. Anybody out there need some financial breathing space today? I don't know about you, Rob, but I'm paying almost $5 a gallon for gas, right? So I could use all the financial breathing space I can. So one way to do that is with a hospital indemnity. We can help you with that. Just call 888-818-8. I'm gonna fumble with it today. 888-818-6334. Our agents can help you with that. And we've got the live seminars coming up, Rob. May 26th, Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. June 2nd, we've got a retirement panel, special panel of local experts that will help you plan for your retirement. Upper St. Clair Community Center. We've got June 9th at 4:30 and 6 p.m. We'll be at the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital. June 23rd at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. And June 30th at 6 p.m., Imperial Lifespan. That's on Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial.
All right, stay with us. But again, if you want to be a part of those seminars, any of those dates or multiple dates even, they are free, these seminars, but you have to reserve your space. And you can do it a couple of ways. You can pick up the phone right now and call our live advisors, which are there at our offices until noon today, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Or if you just want to let the mouse click on it and get it done that way, go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Now, busiest home improvement weekend of the year. The guys from True Value will be stopping by coming up next hour. Then AAA Central's Talking Travel coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. And then you and I have another hour of open talk, and that will begin right after local news at noon. But in the meantime, want to remind you, anything on your mind about Medicare coverage, you can call us here and talk to Mark in person at 866-391-1020, or you can go right to the source and, again, set up an appointment. Never a charge for their services. Those advisors there every Saturday from the time we begin the show until noon. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Rob Taylor is at the anchor desk, and he will be here in just a couple of moments with an update at 9:30. And then Mark and I get back with more of MediConnect, the Inside Connection with your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating after a person was struck and killed, hit by a vehicle. It happened around 2 o'clock this morning in Chartiers Township along Pike Street. That's all in Washington County. A person has since died. The driver stayed on the scene. Investigation continues. Well, various organizations will come together today for a community outreach event providing vital services to veterans and others experiencing homelessness. News Radio KDKA's Pat Septek with the story.
It's called Bridge to Hope, an event hosted by the Disabled American Center's Chapter 76 to provide hope for individuals who are homeless or struggling financially. Leaders from the county, the VA Medical Center, and other organizations will be donating their time and resources to help those who are in need. Dr. Theron White says many community services will be available.
And we have individuals who are giving out free haircuts, or we're going to have hot food. We'll have a food bank there as well so they can get any groceries they need. We'll have a clothing bank. They can get any clothing they need. We'll have educational assistance, hygiene products.
Today's event is being held at the Shepherd's Heart Veterans Home located on Pride Street from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And he promises no one will be turned away. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412.
It is going to be a cloudy and cool day with rain at times. High just 63. Rain continues into the overnight hours with a low down to 56. It'll be a little warmer tomorrow despite plenty of clouds and a couple of showers with a high up to 76. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, time now for segment 3. But again, you can make an appointment, never a charge for their services. The advisors are standing by until noon. 888-818-6334. Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage and saving stories.
Yeah. You know, Rob, people don't often understand how Part D prescription drug coverage works. Medicare, doesn't matter how you get your prescription drug coverage, whether you're on a Medicare Advantage plan that includes that prescription drug coverage, or whether you have a Medicare supplement plan where you have to actually purchase a separate plan, a standalone prescription drug coverage plan. It all works the same. It's all Part D coverage. It's important to understand, though, how it works. It can be very confusing, and let's understand Part D a little bit better. Part D plans help cover prescription drugs. Prescription drugs are the ones that your doctor either writes out that script, in the old days they'd write it out, give it to you, you take it to the pharmacy. These days they just call the pharmacy or send a message directly to your pharmacy, and then you go to the pharmacy and get those. Those are Part D prescription drugs. It's important to stress that because there are some different drugs called Part B drugs, and we'll talk about that at another date. But today we're talking about those Part D drugs. Every Part D prescription drug plan on Medicare has its own formulary. This is where it gets a little complicated sometimes for people, Rob. Formulary is a list of drugs that the plan is going to cover. They are not required to cover every drug. They are required to cover at least one brand name and one generic in every category, every therapeutic category. Now, in categories like antibiotics, let's say, there are a ton of drugs in that category, and most of them these days are generics, and most plans are going to cover all of those ones in there, usually at zero cost to you or at very little cost to you. But a formulary is a list of drugs that they'll cover on that plan. One of the things that's important to know is that formulary can change every single year. Pharmacies that are connected to that plan, preferred pharmacies, that list can change every year. Every plan, I said every plan has those formularies, that list of drugs. Well, they actually place every drug in a what's called a tier. There are 5 different tiers that are used. The higher the number on the tier 1 through 5, the higher the cost of the drug. And basically it works like this. Tier 1 is preferred generics. Tier 2 is non-preferred generics. Tier 3 are preferred brands. Tier 4 are non-preferred brands. Tier 5 are specialty drugs. Specialty drugs are usually drugs where there's, in that category, there's only 1 or 2 drugs. They're used for a very specific illness or disease. Usually specialty drugs are those ones you see advertised on TV. There can be different copays. There can be different deductibles on prescription drug plans. And the same medication could cost dramatically different on a different plan. And so it's imperative that you have your prescription drug coverage checked at least once a year. Why? Because these plans can change so drastically. And in the last few years, we've seen a lot of changes in prescription drug coverage. We've seen a cap be placed on your out-of-pocket spending on your prescription drugs. The cap for 2026 is $2,100. That changed a little in this year. We've seen most plans now have a drug deductible. They can charge as much as $615 a year. It doesn't have to be that much, but they can charge as much as that. Here's a common mistake people make, and that is they assume that the plan was good covering their medications last year, so it's going to be good covering their medications this year. That's an assumption that could cost you hundreds or thousands of dollars because the formularies change, the drug tiers change, the pharmacies change, and your costs can change significantly year to year. Sometimes people can save hundreds or even thousands of dollars simply by reviewing their plan. So it's important to do that. You can review your plan with our agents. Just call. Right now, I've got live agents standing by, 888-818-6334. I want to make sure that we cover those seminars again. Sometimes I rush through them. I want to make sure I take my time. This time, our next seminar is May 26th at 6 p.m. That's at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. That's on Washington Pike. June 2nd, we have a very special retirement panel. My colleague, Sean Horn, wanted me to make sure I highlight this. June 2nd at 5:30 p.m., we have a retirement panel. What that means is we have local experts in financial planning and retirement, and we'll be there talking about Medicare. This is not a sales presentation. This is a question and answer situation. We'll be at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. That's on Mayview Road on June 2nd at 5:30 p.m. You don't want to miss that. You want to call and register today. June 9th at 4:30 p.m. and 6 p.m., AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital. That's on Duncan Avenue. That's our regular seminar. June 23rd at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. That's on Darlington Road in Beaver Falls. And June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Imperial Lifespan. That's 540 Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial. You don't want to miss those seminars. We've got live agents standing by. If you're turning 65 in the next 6 to 12 months, you want to call 888-818-6334. You want to make sure you register for those. Some live stories I've got for you. Medicare can help you get the care and the things that you need. Remember, it's important to understand how Medicare works so that you can make the right choices for your Medicare. I can't tell you how often, Rob, we've met with people in the last month that didn't have the right coverage in place, but we were able to find them a special enrollment period so they could put the right coverage in place, and it saves them money. Not only money on their prescriptions, but money on their regular routine doctor visits or their specialist visits, or maybe money on special services they have to get, like hearing aids or dental work. Dental work is a big problem these days, and people need as much coverage as possible. I had a client I've been working with for a couple years now just recently called me and said, Mark, I just had some work done. They submitted the claim to my plan, but I still owe some money. Do I have any other options? We can help you look at other options. There's indemnity coverage you can get that can help you with some dental coverage. It's important to understand that if you're looking for other options, we're the place to turn. MediConnect is the place to turn. All you have to do is call our number, 888-818-6334. We can schedule an appointment with you this week, and we can make sure that we show you the options that you have.
So tell me right now, somebody is months out from signing up for the very first time.
Yeah.
We've discussed this in the past, but it's been a while. What can they do, if anything, right now?
So it depends on what the timeline is, right, Rob? If they're within 3 months of turning 65, they can start the process of getting their Part A and B activated, and they can sit down with us, and we'll do a review for them. And once they get their Part B started, or we know that their Part B is going to start, we'll walk them through the steps they have to take. We can actually show them the plans that are available to them and what their costs are going to look like, what it's going to cost them for, what are their options? What's it going to cost them to see a doctor or go to the emergency room? There are basically two options, a Medicare supplement or a Medicare Advantage plan, but we can lay it out for them. They can have that all pre-planned and ready to go, Rob, if they're within 3 months. We can show them the steps they have to take. Some people work past 65. And now they have questions because now they're planning on retiring. What's it going to take for me to be able to, I'm going to lose my group coverage from work because I'm going to stop working soon. If they have a date for when they're going to lose their group coverage, we can have right at midnight, the start of the next day, we can have coverage, Medicare coverage in place. They don't have to worry about there being some kind of gap in their coverage. And that's one of the biggest concerns that I often see, Rob, is people say, well, I've worked past 65 and I delayed getting on Medicare. Am I going to face a penalty? Am I going to have problem getting on a plan? Am I going to lose? Am I going to have to go without coverage for a certain period of time because I don't have my group coverage? We can help you navigate all of that. And you should rely on our expertise because we do this every day.
Well, a couple of things. First off, I'm over that age and still working and receiving great company benefits from Odyssey. Yep. And I actually did have Lauren do a review for me, and at this time it would pay for me to stay on these options that I have with my healthcare plan here at Odyssey, sure, as opposed to going on Medicare. But a lot of people think that they have to retire, and that's when they go on Medicare. If you're still working and you just want to see who has got the better healthcare program for you, even if you're going to continue to work a couple more years like me, no charge for the services. They'll still do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll help you. We'll help you navigate it. Oftentimes we sit with people. They're still working like you. They have great coverage from work. And we're honest with people. And we just say, look, it seems like this is the better coverage for you right now while you're still working. That's the key factor, Rob, is if somebody's still actively working and getting their insurance from work, they don't have to get on their Medicare, and we'll help you understand that. However, there's a couple caveats to that. Again, our agents are fully educated. They understand all the nuances to Medicare. We can help you navigate it so that you don't incur any kind of penalties. But yes, if you're on coverage that's good for you, that's great. You can stay there. But people don't understand, often they don't understand, that you can get on your Medicare and still work. And it's not any problem to be on your Medicare. What I always say is one of the benefits of being on your Medicare and still working is, you might say to me, Rob, I love what I do. I just want to keep doing it. I'm healthy. I'm strong.
One day you might not want to.
You might wake up one day and say, I'm done. I'm just done. I want to cash in the chips. I don't want to have to work every day anymore. And if you're already on your Medicare, you've already got that planned out, prepared, taken care of, and you can walk away and don't have to worry about where you're going to get your health care from.
Let's just put it this way. You never stop working because there's grass to cut, there's laundry to do.
Oh, I anticipate my kids are going to have me cutting their grass.
It never ends until they go, dearly beloved.
We're gathered here today, yes.
Just say goodbye to our dear friend.
That's it.
All right, so you want to have good health care coverage? Here's the place that you go, MediConnect, MediConnectInsurance.com. Run those seminars real quick, then we'll go to break.
That's it. Yeah, we've got these live seminars coming up. We've got one on May 26th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. June 2nd, we've got a retirement panel. Local experts will help answer your questions about retirement. If you've got retirement on your radar, June 2nd at 5:30 p.m., we'll be at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. You definitely don't want to miss that if retirement's on your radar. June 9th, 4:30 and 6 p.m., AHM McCandless Neighborhood Hospital, that's on Duncan Avenue. June 23rd at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Micro Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Imperial Lifespan, that's 540 Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial. Again, if you're turning 65 in the next 6 to 12 months, these seminars are for you. Call us at 888-818-6334. Live advisors standing by, and they'll help you sign up.
Yeah, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab, as we've been telling you all hour. Coming back, one more segment. Then the whole crew here today with Andy. We got Paul, we got Ed, we got Mike. True Value Home Improvement Show, busiest home improvement weekend of the year, and True Value's got you covered.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, Stand On, and Walk Behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000. 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing. NASCO.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Preventative Care Matters. Understand your financial exposure. Review prescription drug coverage every year. All of this in our final segment, if he can get it in, and I'm sure he can. But I will remind you, advisors standing by until noon, 888-818-6334. Mark.
Yes, Rob, thank you. And no, you don't get enough credit for how you run these shows, Rob, I'll just tell you. I want to thank you for all your help always. But, today we've talked about a lot of things. And just to even just kind of cap it, right? Medicare can be very confusing. If anybody's received that Medicare and You book recently and tried to read it, I always say if you're if you're having trouble sleeping, that's a good book to pick up, because you'll probably be in the land of Nod sometime soon. But definitely, Medicare can be confusing. This is why you want to work with us at MediConnect, because we are experts in this. We're not just somebody that does this part-time. All of our agents are full-time agents. I've been doing this now going on 7 years. Lance has been in this near a decade. We've got people even on our staff that have been doing this longer. We've got experience. We've been down this road. We've helped hundreds and hundreds. In fact, we've helped thousands of people, Rob. And you can trust us to take care of you. Just go online and look at our website and see all the 5-star reviews that you can see. It's so important to understand that, just like if you're having trouble with your car, Rob, I don't pretend to be a mechanic. And so when I'm having trouble with my car, the important things on your car is, can you start it and will it stop when you need it to? And, some people, I have friends that say, I change my own brake pads and all that stuff. And I say, God bless you. But I wouldn't trust the brakes if I was the one to change the brake pads. I would be afraid for a month that I wasn't going to stop. Here's the thing. We're experts at Medicare. We understand how original Medicare works. We understand what your options are once you get on original Medicare. What are your options, and how do those options differ? How do they work differently from one another? How does drug coverage work? How does a max out-of-pocket work? What can I do? When can I make a change to my plan if I needed to? How can I navigate this whole system so that I can get the care that I need? Don't rely on your neighbor is well-meaning and maybe well-read, but if your neighbor, he or she doesn't do this every day, they don't understand the nuances. I was trying to point out this week to a fella over the phone that every Medicare plan has its weaknesses, and he just didn't want to believe me. Every plan has its weaknesses. We can help you understand where those weaknesses are and how you can protect yourself from a high out-of-pocket cost with a low-cost indemnity. These are important things. How about preventative care? We talked a lot today about how important preventative care screenings are. Don't ignore screenings and wellness visits. Early detection can save your life, and it can reduce your healthcare costs dramatically. Sometimes we think we're being the tough guy. Oh, I'll be all right, right? I don't have to go to the doctor. And then we wait too long, and guess what happens? Not only does it make it harder to treat the situation, it makes it more costly, Rob. It will cost you more money if you wait. And so it's so important to understand that preventative care, preventive screenings that Medicare can help you with, a lot of times preventive care and preventive screenings will cost you very little out of your pocket if it costs you anything at all. Don't ignore those things. Don't neglect to use those things in your plan. A lot of those services will cost you nothing, like colorectal exams, mammograms, vaccines, all of this stuff, even depression screenings, smoke cessation. If you're a smoker and you want to quit smoking, they can help you with that. And a lot of times it won't cost you anything. Don't ignore those things, because you don't want to later find out it's going to cost you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, because you just decided you didn't need or want the screening. Definitely want to do those things. Let's understand your financial exposure. Even with Medicare coverage, hospital stays and medical events can create unexpected out-of-pocket costs. Don't be surprised by these things. There are supplemental products like hospital indemnity products, cancer, heart attack, and stroke indemnities, short-term home health care products. Those might be the most valuable ones of all, because they can help you if you need short-term home health care after a hospital stay. It'll give you money, put money in your hands. It'll help you pay for a nurse, a health aide, physical therapy, occupational therapy. Come right to your home, and we can help you understand how that coverage can be put in place, how easy it is, and how customizable it is, and how affordable it can be We can help you design an indemnity plan that will be right for your pocketbook and give you the coverage that you need. And prescription coverage, Rob. I can't urge this enough. Every year, you should have your prescription drug coverage reviewed. Why? Because formularies change, preferred pharmacies change, deductibles change, co-pays change. Your plan this year, your Medicare plan, your prescription drug coverage on your Medicare plan, it might cost you $0 this year to get your prescriptions all year long. Why? Because you're on generics, because the plan you're covering, the plan you have covers everything at a $0 copay. None of it falls into brand names or specialty drugs, and so you don't have to pay that deductible. It might cost you nothing this year, but literally because of the flip of the page, the turn from 2026 to 2027, if you don't review your plan, literally, all of a sudden you could pay hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So you have to understand, it's critical that you review your prescription drug coverage on Medicare every single year, Rob. It's so important.
All right, before we say goodbye, just remind the folks about the seminars and how they can register. They are free, but you have to register.
That's right, Rob. They are free. It's important that you register. Why do you need to register? We want to make sure we have all the materials that we're going to give out. We give out a bunch of materials. We want to make sure we have enough materials for you. We want to make sure you have enough space to be there, too. Some of these venues that we actually use have a limited space, and so it's important that you register so we can make sure we have enough space for everybody.
Yeah, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. It is a weekend to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, but hopefully you'll get a little picnic time in. So
I hope so.
What are some of your favorite picnic foods?
Oh, favorites? Oh, got to be a hot dog with relish and mustard and ketchup. I like all those.
I like them both, too.
Yeah. A lot of relish. Sometimes, though, chili and onions. You ever have those?
Oh, yeah.
A chili and onion dog. I like that. I love picnics. I'm a picnic guy. I was hoping the sun was going to come out a little this weekend so that I can see my grandkids out in the yard running around, just having some fun.
I like those picnics when it's real hot.
Yeah.
And you're drinking out of the garden hose, playing a little game of badminton,
Yeah.
and you have these flies that are so big that they swoop down and take the whole bucket of potato salad with them.
There you go. My wife makes the best potato salad.
And
for
remember,
sure.
there was always somebody with that fly swatter.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd be eating, they'd be just knocking those flies out of the air like they were, gumdrops. Oh,
Absolutely.
Those were the days. Life was simpler.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. We used to have a huge family when we lived in South Central PA. Bunch of our family would come out on Memorial Day.
It's a big day. It's a big deal, especially when you think about the significance of it.
Absolutely.
Have a wonderful day.
You too, Rob. Thank you.
All right, stay tuned. True Value next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200, 412-457-8200.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 54 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Chartiers Township, Washington County, early this morning, a person was struck by a vehicle, and that person later died. It happened around 2 o'clock this morning as that person was walking along Pike Street. The drivers did stay on the scene. Investigation into this incident continues. In downtown Pittsburgh and Market Square, Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man was slashed with brass knuckles during a fight. It happened around 8:30 Friday night on Graham Street, right near Market Square. A man broke out brass knuckles, slashed the victim, according to a Pittsburgh Public Safety spokesperson. That alleged suspect was quickly taken into custody by police. The person who was slashed was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Well, in a statement, Kyle Busch's NASCAR Cup Series team, Richard Childress Racing, says it's elected to suspend the use of the number 8 Chevy Camaro race car that Busch drove until his young son, who's 11, is ready for NASCAR. Speaking to reporters on Friday, NASCAR CEO Steve O'Donnell reacting to the death of Kyle Busch, the two-time National Series champion.
What few people saw was what Kyle also did off the track, because he didn't talk about it a lot. And one of those examples I'd give to all of you is everybody knows, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this, but Daniel Suarez comes over from Mexico, learning English, learning how to race at the National Series level, struggling. Received a call every week from Kyle Busch. Never talked about it.
A day before he died on Thursday following a brief hospitalization, Kyle Busch was coughing up blood while at a GM facility in North Carolina. That's according to the 911 call that was obtained by ABC News. KDKA Radio News Time is 10:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
Sergeant Thomas J. O'Toole of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star in Korea on July 8, 1953. O'Toole manned a listening post on contested ground forward of the main line of resistance. As midnight approached, an enemy force launched an attack in which they employed automatic weapons and numerous grenades. O'Toole, responding at once, mortally wounded 3 in the initial hours of fire and continued to lay heavy fire on the oncoming enemy until his weapon was blown from his hands by an exploding grenade. He then moved to a position where one of his comrades had fallen and took up his weapon, alternating hurling grenades and leveling effective fire until the enemy was routed and withdrew in disorder.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, please contact Tim Neff at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township, Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cloudy and cool today with occasional rain and drizzle, high up to 63. Still a bit of rain around tonight with a low down to 56. Cloudy and warmer tomorrow with a couple of showers, high 76. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Andrew is enjoying the weekend off, but Ed is here along with Paul and Mike. Ed, of course, Pfeiffer, True Value. Paul, R.C. Waters, and Mike, Sarver, True Value Rental. Busiest home improvement weekend of the year. Rainy days, no problem. Get inside and do some work there and start planning for some stuff on the outside when the sun does return, and it will. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. Eddie, you up first. A very well-done article paying tribute to your great little community of Mars and your business. Please talk about it. Good morning.
Yeah, Rob, we were fortunate enough to have a very nice interview and consequently, a very nice article written about the store and its history and our 40th year anniversary. It's available at the online outlet, the 228 Times. It's really nice, local, hyper-local news outlet. And the writer and the owner of the operation met with me and had a nice conversation. And he went over some of the questions that I was hoping someone would ask in an interview like that. Questions about our history at the store and questions about how we do things and why we do them. Here's how that translates into a conversation today on the radio. What we're here to do is to take calls and to give assistance and to give help and to build relationships. Now, these may be relationships today. We're talking about maybe just a call and just a radio conversation. But the follow-up, the history and the future of what we do and what we do for our listeners and our customers is build relationships that last, that are personal. That's the kind of thing that we do. That's what we want to do on the show today, take a lot of calls about that. That's what it was very kind and very nice of the 228 Times to highlight in the article that they wrote about our store.
Here's what the spin I took from the whole thing. 40 years ago, where you were then, wide open fields, farm country, to where you are now, Mars, Marshall Township, one of the fastest growing suburbs anywhere in the country. But you're still doing the very same thing.
Yeah, well, exactly, Rob. We're doing the same thing by not doing the same thing. And here's what I mean by that. The customers have changed over the years. The demands of the customers have changed. The products certainly have changed. The idea in our business is to constantly change with the times and be aggressive toward the future. So that's why we always, when we're talking to people on the show here, we maybe bring up a new product that we discovered. It is because that product is the future. And so, the three of us sitting here at the table, as well as all of the True Value stores, we are constantly looking forward. We're constantly progressive in our thought processes. How can we serve you? How can we do better for you? And that's what's kept us around. Make no mistake about it. Our customers are awesome, and they keep coming back, but they sure wouldn't come if we weren't holding up our end of the bargain.
And they're still walking in as they were 40 years ago to get something done on a day like today. Paul, good to see you. Happy holiday weekend. I see you posting stuff early and often, so a lot of wonderful things happening at R.C. Walters. Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. I'd like to interject on that also for you, Ed. We at R.C. Walters, we're in a little bit of an older community. We're not getting that development like you are. So we base our stuff on, hey, this is what these houses in this area are using that are 60 and 70 years old, and the products that they're using are, you still have to have the new products, but you also have to have the old stuff in there to make sure that you have those products for those older homes. Now, like I said, I understand we're all independently owned and operated. We all do our own thing. You're in an area where you have new construction. I'm in an area where I have old construction. But we all do our best to make sure our customers are taken care of. We have the products they need and the services they require to get the jobs done and the help that they need and the understanding.
these two stores, Mike, a couple of whippersnappers compared to your store out there in Sarver. You guys,
yeah,
I mean, in 1986, you'd been up and running for quite some time by the time they got started out in March.
Yeah, well, Sarver True Value Hardware's evolved from Westerman's True Value, which evolved from Westerman's Feed Store, which is well over 100 years of operation in those business lines. So it's excited to be at the helm of Sarver True Value and Sarver True Value Rental, especially on Memorial Day weekend. It's always such a special weekend for the country. Special weekend for hardware stores. This is our bread and butter. Now, obviously, Mother Nature's not cooperating with us this particular Memorial Day weekend, but we always seem to get that on Memorial Day weekend. We never know what you're going to get,
Yeah, but Mikey, this is the big one. This is the big weekend. You can't walk away from the fact that there is open time. When I was driving in here today, there was some spurts of heavy rain and then nothing. There'll be open time. There'll be available time to get to. Hey, I don't know. Maybe you're outside. Maybe you're inside today. There is something to do, and there's going to be some time to do it. One of the things, Rob, I always like to think about this. I was in conversation with a veteran one day. We were talking about Memorial Day, which, of course, we honor those who gave their lives for this country. And, we're talking about how to best honor them. And, there's so many varied opinions on this, but one of the things that I like to do is never waste time. This time and this freedom that we've got in this country, if you take it for granted, you're making a huge mistake. And so how to honor those who've given their lives, maybe you have a picnic and you have a good time and you think this is awesome because this freedom to have this picnic was basically given to me by God and the soldiers who died to provide it. And so I'm going to have a picnic and enjoy it. And some people will put their hearts and their hands to labor. Tell you a quick story. My dad, when I was a teenager, on a Saturday of Memorial Day, he decided he was going to start building a deck on the back of our house. Now, I was his laborer, so that meant we were going to build the deck on the back of the house. And a friend of mine came over, and he said, "Hey, Ed, let's go out and goof around." And I was like, "Nah, I got to help my dad." And he said, "Well, when do you think this thing will be done?" And I'll never forget, my dad turned around. He was running a saw or something. He turned around and he said, "We'll be grilling hot dogs on this thing on Monday. You want to come over?" And my friend was blown away. He said, "No way." And Monday night, he was invited over for grilling hot dogs on the deck. Put your hearts and hands to labor. We're here to help. Give us a call.
Eddie didn't know what they had to eat because he was sound asleep.
I woke up the following Monday.
That's what they used to do. Oh, my. All right, 866-391-1020. So, Mike, we can't get on the outside maybe, but what about
we got a lot of things going on the inside. We still do a lot of painting, a lot of True Value paintings going on right now. It's a big driver when it's a Memorial Day weekend and it's rainy outside. Get in the Easy Carolina Paints is your True Value paints. You go online, you can find a lot of deals going on. It's the True Value Value Days going on nationwide at all your local True Value stores. So we have over 5,000 True Value hardware stores as part of our team, which is a great network of individually owned hardware stores that all pull together to give you that true value. I mean, these are the times in our lives, like with inflation that's been so tough and affordability issues come up all the time. It has never been a better time to go and lean into your local True Value hardware store. We've always been the place where you get the best value for your dollar. You're going to get high quality, highly vetted products. Like nothing's on our shelf that we don't want on our shelves, right? And you get them at extreme value, and then you also get the assistance and the help. So time, energy, and money is always saved at your local True Value hardware store. So excited for Memorial Day weekend. Like I said, you're exactly right, Rob. You can be painting inside. You can do any of the small projects. Hopefully the phones light up today. We're happy to take plumbing, electrical, hardware, hanging a picture on a wall, how to do it, where to do it, what type of wall you have, anything like that. Plumbing issues are always a great call that we get here on the True Value Home Improvement Hour in our 28th year of doing this show at the same time slot on the same venerable radio station called KDKA Radio.
And you know what, Mikey, we might have run into some weather delays with outside stuff because it's been rainy at times, it's been cold at times, and then this week it was scorching hot for a couple of days. So there's been some postponement to some of the outside gardening tasks on behalf of the customers and callers, and that's fine. But let's talk about it. Let's get you out there as soon as we get past this rainy time. You can get outside. Glad to take the gardening calls as well. We were talking earlier about this awesome Coast of Maine soil line that the True Value stores have now adopted, and the success that we're having, and more importantly, the success that our customers are having with us. This stuff is just this is a perfect weekend to kind of get into all of this kind of stuff. Mikey, I know there's a lot of stores out there that give us a hand.
Absolutely. So get on the line, give us a call, whatever it is, whatever's on your mind, hardware related, give us a call. But TrueValue.com, you can find your nearest True Value store. But the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour every Saturday here on KDKA are stores like Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance in Allison Park, PA, Pifer True Value Hardware and Supply in Marshall Way in Mars, Pennsylvania, R.C. Walter & Sons, Boston Hollow Road in Boston, PA, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, Grove City Road in Slippery Rock, PA, Evie True Value Hardware in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, and Sarver True Value Hardware and True Value Rental in, you guessed it, Sarver, Pennsylvania.
All right, so Paul, what would be the one or two items that I would be shocked that you will go through a lot of them this weekend with this holiday weekend? Go ahead.
Well, a lot of people are coming in, and it's the start of the summer. I mean, really, when you come down to it, I mean, you got people coming and looking for charcoal. You got people coming and looking for getting your propane tanks exchanged. I mean, that will be our big thing. Even with the weather being crappy, everyone still wants to cook out on Monday. It doesn't matter. I mean, the charcoal.
And, I hate to interrupt, Paul, but I was thinking, too, and the Betsy Ross 250th anniversary flag that we have from Ann and available at all the stores this weekend. Don't forget, not only is it Memorial Day, but we are celebrating all year long our 250th anniversary.
And, Flag Day comes up next month on the middle of the month, and then we got 4th of July right after that. So you want to make sure and get those 250th anniversary flags, get them out. People can see your support. I mean, it's a perfect time to support it with, it being Memorial Day. Let's put those flags out and let people know we appreciate the sacrifice that our veterans have put out for us to have this freedom and this great country that we do have.
All right, 866-391-1020. Anything on your mind in the way of home improvement, now's the time to do it. The guys from True Value on the Home Improvement Show until 11 on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Today, Saturday, May 23rd, is the first of our two-day sale at Coons Market.
In our produce department, fresh on-the-vine cluster tomatoes, $1.29 a pound. In the bakery, brioche gourmet burger buns, 4-count packages, 2 for $4. In the deli, made fresh in-store, Coons potato salad, $3.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Gatorade All-Star drinks, 6-pack, 12-ounce bottles, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hey, folks, appliances are big purchases. Mistakes can quickly become expensive. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family-owned since 1960. Pittsburghers have trusted Voss for decades because they do right by people. The Voss family and their entire team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out and provide helpful advice. Before, during, and after your purchase, shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, we're ready to go to the phones, and let's say hi to Liz, Bethel Park, up first on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Good. What's your question?
I have a question about, I'm seeing they're advertising you can put an attachment on a hose that makes it like a power wash.
I saw that yesterday, and I can't think of the name of it, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, is that something, I mean, I know it's not going to give you exactly what a power wash would do. Would it do some deep cleaning on, like, the patio and, the walls and stuff in the driveway?
Yeah, absolutely, Liz. A great question, because there's so many evolutions of getting more power, more spray, and it's a conversation we love to have, because we geek out on all these kind of things, is pressure coming out of a garden hose, all the way to renting, a gas-powered 2,500 PSI GPM down to an electric pressure washer, to now they have Milwaukee and DeWalt both have a battery-assisted amped up pressure washer. So you can get a DeWalt or Milwaukee system that amps it up. And then you can even go down to one of the favorite ones that we've always had at the stores called a Bullseye hose end nozzle. So it's just a brass hose end nozzle that's designed on the ball bearing mechanism as you turn the nozzle, and it's called like a Bullseye fire hose. So what it does is it takes the volume of pressure that you have between the GPMs coming through, the gallons per minute coming through the garden hose, and the pressure you have to turn it into a mini heavy-duty sprayer. So I'm not necessarily the one you're referring to, but that Bullseye hose end nozzle that we sell just works amazing.
Yeah, and the one thing that you want to keep in mind too. So when that amps up your pressure, the comparison to a pressure washer at very, very high pressure versus what you're going to get out of the hose, they're two completely different things. You're just boosting the pressure of your garden hose versus creating a pressure washer. It's a distinction and a difference, and you need to know that because some customers will expect to have the pressure washer that you might see at a car wash come out of their garden hose, and that isn't really how it works. But it does do a great job of increasing pressure. One of the things I like to tell customers all the time is if you're cleaning your deck or your outside patio furniture or whatever, the chemical available, the 30-second cleaner is the one that I endorse almost exclusively. It is so wonderful, such a great outdoor cleaner. It does so much work for you that when you combine it with one of those great nozzles, you're going to have tremendous success. But I got to tell you, that 30 seconds cleaner is really the key. It does a lot of the heavy lifting for you.
And listen, in the conversation we love to have between the garden hose when pressure washing is very similar to hose or leaf blowers. There's two critical elements when you're dealing with water movement and or air movement. One is the speed. So you'll see on a leaf blower, for example, 210 miles per hour. Okay, that's great. Or on a pressure washer or even a hose end, it'll tell you 200 or 2,700 psi or whatever. The other very, very important element to that is the volume that's coming through there. So the matching of the two, volume and pressure, get you to where you want to be. So that Bullseye hose end nozzle will work great, certainly with the 30-second cleaner to blow it off too. But we can also have that conversation about what you're trying to do. And a lot of times a pressure washer is too much for what you're trying to do. It can raise the grain on a deck that you want to seal, or it can get up underneath siding on a home where you don't want to be putting that kind of pressure into the home. So again, that's a thing we do in the hardware store. Have that conversation about what you're trying to do, what's your optimum goal, and then we can definitely steer you in the right direction.
Well, thank you so much. And I just love True Value stores. I love the one that's out in Bethel. I go there, and I will definitely talk to them about it. I'll talk to Andy.
Great. Thanks, Liz.
I was going to say, if she was going to mention that store without mentioning Andy, she must be living on another planet, but she got that Andy in there.
Well, Doug and Bob, don't forget those guys. They've been there for a long time as well, and they kind of know what they're doing a little bit.
They sure do. All right, here's Cindy in Allison Park. Hey, Cindy.
Good morning. I'm kind of talking the same way the lady did before me, saying that we love these True Value stores. And years ago, Mr. Piper helped me with a electric cart that I was trying to research, and I just didn't have enough information. And he helped me figure out which one was best for me. And it's probably been 7-8 years. I still have that cart. It's still going strong. And I just want to thank you all for these small stores that you have where you really get customer service and people really care.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very kind of you. We love hearing that kind of thing. And if you have any question about what motivates us day to day, it's comments like that and thoughts like yours. We really appreciate it, and we hope to provide that to everybody that walks through our door and everybody that calls this show.
Yes. Well, thanks for everything, and please have a good Memorial Day.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Yeah, over 80 years in running now for True Value specifically. Of course, hardware stores have been around. I think there's a hardware store, I forget, in Boston, PA. It's something like it's from the 1700s or something like that. It was the original hardware store. But yeah, True Value brand itself has been celebrating its 80 years of I'm saying 80 years because I know we celebrated 75 just a handful of years ago. So I'm going to ballpark it right around 80 years that the great True Value hardware brand is going strong.
866-391-1020. Here's Roy in Butler. Roy, go ahead. You're on KDKA.
Guys, I have I cut up my concrete floor in my basement. I have a 1-foot square patch, 4 inches deep. I need to patch it back up. I had to put in a radon system. So where can I get a small amount of concrete? Is there some type of thing in a bucket that I can just?
Well, you're really close to a 60-pound bag of concrete. I mean, a 60-pound bag of concrete is 2/3 of a cubic foot, which is 1 foot by 1 foot by 8 inches. So you're really close to that volume of that bag.
Yeah, I'm less than that. So okay,
right. But the problem you're going to have is when you buy the smaller, you got to buy 2 of the smaller ones, and it's actually going to cost you more than the one bigger one. I hate to say.
Okay. Yeah, it's just less than a foot square because I got a pipe going down the middle of it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, whenever people
I would still just get the 60-pound bag of concrete, and it's the most economical volume, and it's going to serve you right away. I'd mix it all up, and then put it in there, and then whatever's left, put it in a bucket, and then you can take it out somewhere, let it dry, and then it'll click up and throw it away, or if you can find a place to dig a hole and put the rest. But economically, like Paul's saying, it's definitely going to be $5, $6, $7 a bag. It's going to be a lot less than spending $15 or $20 for 2 smaller buckets.
Yeah, and don't worry about what you don't use. Here we're talking just economics. It's a $7 bag of cement, so use what you want and just toss what you don't need, and don't concern yourself with with the waste here. It's just economically it doesn't make any sense.
But I do love that mentality. I used to always laugh. We sell market plants all the time, like tomato plants. You need either 2, 4, or 6, and every year we always have a customer. I only want 3, or I only want 2 tomato plants. And it's like, well, it's $3 for the market pack. It's like you can but the idea of just throwing this live plant out is non. It doesn't. It's hard to compute.
Mikey,
that.
it's super common. Yeah. I mean, we all go through that. If you like to waste, I think there's something wrong with you. But there's times when you're really not wasting, you're actually saving. And in the case of this 60-pound concrete bag, you buy the whole bag because you're saving a couple of bucks, even though you're not going to use the whole thing.
All right, thank you for the call. So as we wait for some more calls here, what could you do with excess concrete? I mean, if you had a little bit left over, what could you do with it?
I've been using it for years. In my case, it's not leftover or excess. It's occasionally broken bags at the store. We actually sprinkle them out on the gravel part of our storage yard, and they become just a component to the gravel. The concrete hardens up.
We do the exact same thing.
That's a great question Rob had, because now what Roy can do is think about that. Oh, maybe there's something, a little patch somewhere in the yard, or there's. I mean, obviously, you can just let it cure, let it harden, and then dispose of it one way or the other. Certainly, but Roy could probably think of another small little element to use that little bit of concrete back up again, and then not waste it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, once it's dry, wetted and then dried, it's a rock. Smash it up, turns into gravel, whatever. This isn't toxic or hazardous or anything like that. Is there something you can do with it other than throw it away?
By the way, a little throw out there, most of your True Value stores sell, and I don't know about these guys, we sell Sackcrete. So it's a sack of crete. Sack of concrete is the idea of the brand. And the Sackcrete brand is really the premium quality product. It is the one that uses the real true pea gravel into the mix. So, and that's another good conversation when folks come in. There's all different types of bags of cement. There's concrete mix, mortar mix, sand mix. They do different things. They have different elements. When we talk about concrete, and in particular Roy's situation, you need the aggregate. That's the stone that gives it the strength when it's thick. So that's where concrete comes into play. But a lot of folks may not know. You can come in and say, what am I trying to do? Is sand mix right? Is mortar mix right, which is heavier in the sand and than the sand mix version? So there's different things like that. But really big fan of Sackcrete branded concrete mix.
All right, phones are open, 866-391-1020. Right now is the time for you to call with all of your home improvement questions. So what's fun happening at R.C. Walters this weekend, Paul?
Well, I think I got AJ out there cooking again today. Got some hot dogs he's going to be cooking today out there on a big green egg so people come in and see it. Of course, come in and get your flags. We got your 250th flags. We got your Betsy Ross and your 250th flag that you see flying around. And, of course, it's the best time to come in, and we have your pool supplies are ready to go. Your come and get your water test. That's one thing that we do offer there that I know not all the stores do, but I do offer that. Your tomato cages, your soils. It's the time of year to get ready for all that stuff. Absolutely.
All right, how about you, Eddie?
Well, typically or traditionally, this is a big weekend for people mulching and sprucing up around their garden beds. Mulch. We have an amazing locally produced bark mulch, and we have it in the black and the dyed brown. We also have it in an all-natural, dye-free version. It's the Adler brand of mulch, and it is an amazingly high quality product, super clean, lasts a long time, and the customers go wild for it. So the bark mulch is going out the door like crazy.
All right, 866-391-1020. Wide open phone calls are waiting right now for the guys from True Value.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 54 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Fire crews responded to a house fire in Ligonier this morning around 4 o'clock. That house fire was on Stratford Road. There was a roof that collapsed, but no one was home at the time of the fire. No injuries are reported. In Market Square downtown, Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man was slashed with brass knuckles during a fight. The incident happened between two individuals around 8:30 Friday night on Graham Street. The male suspect broke out brass knuckles and slashed the victim during that fight, according to a public safety spokesperson. Police quickly took that alleged suspect into custody, and the person who was slashed was taken to a hospital in stable condition. If you were thinking about going to Sandcastle today, gonna have to make other plans. It will not be open today. Sandcastle announced that due to the unseasonably cold temperatures, the park will open on Sunday, tomorrow instead of today. If you have a Sandcastle 2026 season pass, you can visit Kennywood today for free. If you have a one-day ticket for Sandcastle for today, that will be valid at the park for any other day this season. KDK Radio News Time, 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be a cloudy and cool day with rain at times, high just 63. Rain continues into the overnight hours with a low down to 56. It'll be a little warmer tomorrow despite plenty of clouds and a couple of showers with a high up to 76. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Hey, they're here. Andy enjoying the weekend off, but Paul, Ed, and Mike are at your service. They want to talk to you. Let's go to Mike in Shaler. Hey, Mike.
Howdy, gentlemen. I have a question. I have a couple properties that have stumps. One was from a tree of heaven, which is an invasive species, and it was in the city of Pittsburgh, so it was in a tight spot, and the guys who cut the tree down could not get the remainder of the stump removed. It was too many fences around it. So I need a product that'll get rid of the remainder of that stump.
Okay, well, you know, the product really,
Mm-hmm.
it's, you know, I love the title of the product. It's called Stump Out. It's made by Bonide. It's an amazing product. But you just got to remember that it deteriorates the stump from the inside out. So you drill holes and you put this stuff in there, but it will rot the stump. You're essentially trying to rot it, which will happen naturally. You're just accelerating that, and that's what this product does. So it's called Stump Out. It's made by Bonide. There are others on the market. I don't know if you guys know any other product names.
That's the one I have.
Yeah, there's a lot of different stump outs. To the one too that makes it porous that you burn, but obviously those are all challenging. And then the other thing is to rent a stump grinder, even a grinder with the tracks on it. Will get into tight spaces. I know Sarver True Value Rental is probably the king of stump grinding and removal in Western Pennsylvania. We have a fleet of, I think we're up to over 15 stump grinding units of various forms of various track. It's a big business for us, and you go in there and the stump's gone. So the problem you're going to have too is any of the stump removing product we just talk about, like Stump Out or stump grinding, it takes quite a few years for the stump to go away. So it's not something that's going to happen overnight, and the only way to do that is to grind it.
Yeah, the good news is that tree of heaven stump is probably not huge in diameter. They don't get really that big. They're just, or you're right.
Oh, it is. You'd be amazed.
Is it a big one? Yeah, they're a horrible tree.
Yeah, the guys who cut trees down hate those because of they have brittle wood fiber, and the guys have a hard time climbing the trees, and they don't fall, and the limbs don't cut like other deciduous trees. They're just weird. And the other thing I thought about is the old Native American way of doing it, and that's just to put in a bunch of charcoal and let the charcoal do its magic. And
well, that's what some of these stump out products do. They'll make it porous so that you can pour kerosene down the holes. The kerosene will soak into all the wood fibers, and then you ignite it, and it kind of just burns almost emberly, so you don't have a flame going up, and it'll burn the stump from the inside out. But again, unfortunately, all of those solutions have challenges, because even if you do, now you've kind of got a burnt out stump. So now you still need to kind of physically grind and get that out as well too. So it is a tough call. It's a tough thing to do. And I'll keep going back to, I think at the end of the day, the only really great way to do it is to grind it out. I mean, the nice thing about stump grinding, it's gone. I mean, it is literally gone within the hour. The stump grinder's being pulled off the site, and the stump is gone because you can grind it below the surface of the soil, and then all you have is wood chips left at that point.
All right, thank you for the call. We never got rid of the stumps. It became second base, third base.
Small tripping hazard, but
yeah. Or too little.
The problem was that it was only 20 feet between first and second, and 40 feet between second and third.
It's like banana ball.
Yeah, there you go. Or two chairs. It became the kids' table at 4th of July. All right, here we go. Tom in Pittsburgh. Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
Great. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
A question. About getting mildew and other things off your siding. And I heard mention about 30-second cleaner before. I also heard about wet and forget and also a mold armor before. Is there advantage to one or the other? I was concerned about like spraying it on the house, maybe getting it on the paint on the front door and having it affect the paint on the front door. I'm maybe thinking about one that's maybe not chlorine based, or what's the advantage of one over the other?
This is a high value call. This really is, because there is a ton of, conversation and maybe a little bit of confusion around some of these products. I'll speak to the Wet and Forget, okay? Wet and Forget is a product that you apply on a cool, overcast day, ideally, and you allow it to do its work. Mother Nature does the rest by washing away when the rain comes, or you can do it if it's an area that's not going to get the rainfall to touch it. It changes the chemical. The best way I can describe Wet and Forget is it changes the chemical or the chemistry around the moss or mildew. Okay, it changes the chemistry to make it inhospitable to the growth. And then the rain or your garden hose washes away the mildew and the stain, or the moss and the stain. The nice thing is that Wet and Forget has a very nice residual, and it is not harmful to the other vegetation that surrounds it. It's also not harmful to any surfaces. You can use it on bricks. Say you have paver bricks or a patio. You can use it on your siding. You could use it on your front door. Its very popular use is gravestones that have gotten mildewy growth over them over the years. You can apply it there, and Mother Nature washes it away. So that's the way Wet and Forget works.
Yeah, and then the other. Well, go ahead, Paul.
No, on that one, I have to agree. I mean, that would have been my recommendation of Wet and Forget for the same reasons. So I really don't have anything extra to add.
So then, Tom, the other options are the 30-second cleaner, the mold armor remover. Now, these are the products that will simply remove the product immediately. The Wet and Forget's great because it's easy, inexpensive, non-toxic. So is a 30-second cleaner and armor, but the 30-second cleaner is the one that's going to get it off right now. But it usually requires a little bit of spraying. Of course, you need a little bit of high pressure to get that off. Usually we refer an electric pressure washer, but you could spray it with the Wet and Forget. Spray it with the 30-second cleaner. Let it set in for just 30 seconds to a minute, and then pressure it off, and that'll kind of remove it almost immediately. So that's a product that you kind of want to get it done. I want it off today. I want it to look clean by the end of the day when the skies are dry. So that's the thing you can get from the 30-second cleaner, an amazing cleaner all around the home to do it that way as well. So it just depends on the end result of how you want to get to that.
Now, it's important to note, because the difference that you did question about was, the chlorine-based versus the non-chlorine. 30 seconds cleaner is a chlorine-based. The Wet and Forget, of course, is not. So you're going to have the chlorine smell and, potentially get it splashed on your clothes. It's going to stain your clothes. It's got that if you want to call that a disadvantage, it's got that going with it. The immediate action is its huge advantage.
But also remember on that immediate action requires you either scrubbing or pressure washing, which can damage surfaces easier than the Wet and Forget, where you just spray it on and let it go. So if you have a painted surface or you have areas like that, in the process of using that 30-second cleaner and using the pressure washer or using the scrubber or whatever you're going to use to clean it, to get that done immediately is going to cause more damage than the Wet and Forget will.
Yep.
All right. Anything else there, Tom?
Yes. Which one can be applied with a hose? I mean, without the pressure washer?
That's a great question. They both come in hose adaptable sprays, meaning it's a pre-mixed or pre-measured jug that you fasten to the end of your garden hose and you spray away. The water from your garden hose will travel through the bottle. It will mix with the chemical, and it will land on the siding or the walkway or whatever. So both are available in hose adaptable sprays. Good questions.
Okay.
All right, Tom.
Thanks for all great information. Take care. Happy weekend.
All right, you too. We were talking coast to Maine. One of the things people need to understand, even though somebody may say grab a handful and throw it across the yard, you got to apply it as it says to apply it, correct?
Yeah,
absolutely.
The best way, if you're growing something in your soil, meaning your yard, whether it's a garden or if it's out in your turf, it's always best to incorporate high quality soil amending soil to your native soil. And what that allows the plants to do is it allows them to acclimate or assimilate to the chemistry that is in your native soil. The sustaining soil won't be the additive. The Coast of Maine is an enhancing product. It's where you really bring high quality to the party. But if you want your grass to live, you need it to be able to adjust and adapt to your native soil, because that's where those deep, deep roots are going to go, especially if you're using the Jonathan Green seed. What you want to do in the early stages is you want to give it a really healthy start, and you incorporate the Coast of Maine products to do that. Now, there's the Coast of Maine raised bed, where you're doing a raised bed garden, putting in herbs, maybe flowers, certainly your tomatoes, onions, etc. The raised bed product, this is where you don't need to incorporate native soil because you're only growing in the medium that you are adding to your raised bed. Make that medium the Coast of Maine raised bed soil, and you will not regret it. This is personal experience. I've experimented with them all, and I've never seen the results that I've gotten out of the Coast of Maine, out of any other soil. Hands down, no question, bar none, it is the finest soil you can purchase.
You've heard it here first, huh, Mike?
Yeah, exciting stuff. Your local True Value hardware store. Go to truevalue.com or check out the stores. Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, Pifer True Value Hardware and Supply, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, EV True Value, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
All right, so let me ask you, what's the most popular color of paint you normally sell? Or give me top three.
Well, the tops are always your off-whites, your cream. You know, picture your Navajo white, linen whites. All of those off-white colors are going to be in their number one category all the time. But, you know, it's fun because tastes change and evolve. So a lot of times light pastel yellows or blues are really strong. And then sometimes you get into the greens. And it also talks about, when you talk to the customer, kind of what room you're in, whether it's a kitchen or a living room, a bedroom, and what kind of feel you're trying to go with.
And of course, there's trends, Rob. You know, a few years ago, gray was all the rage, and it's still very popular. We've started to see an actual, really subtle shift to some greens. There's some phenomenal greens out there, and people are starting to spruce up, especially in kitchens and bedrooms. They're starting to spruce up and change and bring maybe a little bit of the outdoors in by adding some green. It's really looking nice. We did a room in green in my house over the winter. Really a beautiful look. So there's some, and you know what? The color palette at True Value, there's like 3,000 colors.
And Eddie, I know we've mentioned it. We got to mention it again. Easy Carolina paint. We're so proud of Easy Care paint. We literally manufacture this paint ourselves. We've got our own manufacturing facility in Cary, Illinois. It's an American-made product, sold only at your True Value stores. At extreme value, extreme quality. We've been selling it for, I don't know how long Easy Care's been around. It's got 30, 40 years we've been selling this paint.
So, Rob, this will disappoint you, because I know you love the smell of the old oil-based paint and the solvents and the gasoline.
I do.
I can remember my grandpap cleaning his paintbrushes and gasoline.
That's probably half the reason why I am the way I am.
But say goodbye to all that with the True Value Easy Care line. Asthma and Air Quality Board certified. Use it inside. It is absolutely phenomenal. Odor-free. It is, if anything, it smells fresh. It just smells fresh, but it doesn't smell like paint. Goodbye solvents. Goodbye gasoline smell. That's all gone with the Easy Care line.
All right, we'll come back. Coming up, we've got Lily and we've got Anna next on the True Value Home Improvement Show.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm.
They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slapshot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. We got some folks on the line wanting to talk to the guys from True Value. Here's Lily in Greenfield. She joins us now on KDKA. Hey, Lily.
Hi, fellas. I have another wet and forget question. Now, if I use this on where a drain, a drain overflowed, from my gutters, and so it left a dirty mark like moss or whatever's growing there, and I clean it. Now, isn't that going to leave me a streak of clean brick compared to the rest of my brick? Because, we do live in Pittsburgh, and our bricks are probably dirty, even if they don't look, shall we say, dirty. So am I going to have to spray the entire front of the house, or what?
Well, the wet and forget will remove organic material, like algae, mold, that kind of thing. So it won't. It doesn't necessarily clean the surface. The surface will look cleaner because the mold and algae will go away. So in that theory, if you spray wet and forget on a wall where you have stains, it's not going to show because it's just going to remove the stains and not necessarily clean the brick.
Yeah, and
Okay,
so the old coal dust and things that might be stuck to the brick of your home will be really unaffected by wet and forget.
Okay, because I was wondering, I'd be out there spraying the entire house. I look like an idiot. But, I was afraid it would leave a streak, kind of like when you use a hose on siding and you would only clean the dirt off one part and the rest of it would look,
Yeah, no, great
different.
question, Lily, great question. Wet and forget is not that product. Wet and forget is going to kill organic material like spraying it on a roof or on siding or even on your deck. I use it on my patio deck. The patio stones get a little green on the edge here and there or the sides of the pots of the planters. You just go out there, spray it with wet and forget you even did it. I was like, did I spray it? Yeah, I did spray it. I almost forgot. No. And then, a few days later, that moss and stuff goes away, but it doesn't necessarily clean the brick or patio stones in that sense, so you see a mark.
Now, the contrast to that would be if you were to use the 30 seconds cleaner, it's going to, I always tell people.
I'd make a big difference.
Yeah.
I won't use that.
Yep, I tell people
Forget it. I'm not using your 30 seconds. Forget it.
Yeah, never spot clean with 30 seconds. You're going to wind up creating a bigger task.
All right. Thank you for the call, Lil.
Oh, thank you. Bye-bye.
You bet. Here's Anna in Monroeville. Hey, Anna.
Hi, gentlemen. I've got a sad Coosa dogwood tree. I haven't fertilized it this season, and I can count on my two hands how many flowers I'm going to get this year. I've got moss under it, and since the roots are so shallow for a dogwood, what's my best way of eradicating that before I would put some fertilizer down to perk and then some ground cover, or not ground cover, but actual. Good.
Well, unless the moss is offensive to you, in other words, unless it really is something unappealing, I wouldn't do a thing. It's not hurting anything, and that moss is indicative of a good environment for the dogwood to flourish. A dogwood needs to have ample shade, and so that moss also flourishes in ample shade. So the environment seems pretty good for the dogwood to succeed. I will tell you that both in my Magnolia and my Rose of Sharon, there's delayed development this year. And my Magnolia is really struggling to create the nice, flower base that it has every year. And I'm wondering if that might be a response to the very hard winter. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I think things will work their way out with that. And certainly we have tree and shrub fertilizers that you can use to assist the dogwood. If you really want to grow grass in that area, this is important. You have to use. Jonathan Green has a product called grass seed called Shady Nooks, and it is an incredibly successful grass product. If you do want to grow grass under there, as opposed to the moss, that's definitely the label that you're looking for is Shady Nooks. Now, again, that's only if the moss is unappealing to you as far as looks go, because it's certainly not doing any harm.
Okay, well, I just, my branches are low, and I've been told to trim the bottom, but the tree is so beautiful, but I have to duck every time I mow. So I hate to, get grass growing under there.
Well, then don't. Just don't. Let it alone, and don't worry about what people think of your lawn. If you think that moss is okay with you and you don't like mowing under there and you don't want to clip your dogwood all to heck and back, then you do you.
Yeah.
I always tell people, Rob, your property is yours. I frankly don't care what my neighbors think about my property. I have a vegetable garden and wildflowers, and I keep my place looking good and to me. And if anyone has a problem with that, come see me. And I'll talk you through why it's going to keep looking that way. You do you and your property.
Well, I'm more concerned about moss in the rest of my yard, and I'm just going to have to start using some more of True Value fertilizer and that sort of thing, or not True Value. That'd be weird. Okay.
You come and see us anytime, and we'll talk you through the whole process.
All right, Anna.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks for the call, Anna. We appreciate it. Okay. 2 minutes and counting, and I'm going to give it to you three. So, Mike, you first.
Well, come out to Sarver True Value Hardware. We're having an exciting Memorial Day weekend. We don't care if it's raining out right there. We've got the Annan flags that you might need. We've got the True Value Days going on where we're doing BOGO paint this weekend up to the May 26th. Sarver True Value is BOGO paint. Buy one, get one paint. You can only get it up to 5 gallons, but that's an extreme deal. And, of course, our rentals business is open all weekend long. We do a lot of rental business during the holidays because that's the opportunity to get things done. Sarver True Value rental is so great for so many reasons, but one of them is we're open on Saturday. We're open on Sunday. We're open on Monday. We're open on Tuesday. So if you need to rent anything in Western Pennsylvania, come out to Sarver True Value Hardware. Really easy to find.
Paul, go ahead.
Oh, come on down, stop in, see AJ. He's outside grilling some hot dogs on the big green eggs. He can explain that all to you with the benefits of those grills. I also have some Weber grills sitting there at some really, really good pricing if you want to stop and get one of those. We got our chairs out, and we got our Annan flags, of course. We got that. Your fishing equipment if you want to go fishing, because I believe it's Fish for Free Day this weekend. I think that's tomorrow. So, yeah, stop on down, see us. We'll be happy to help you anytime. Give us a call, 412-751-5500.
Yeah, and of course, Rob, all the stores are going to be open this weekend. And yes, it's Memorial Day weekend. And yes, people can do what they want this weekend. We want to see them. We want you in the store. I think it's important, and I think we would all agree here, certainly take a moment to, reflect on the freedoms that we have in this country and those who have given their lives in order for us to have that freedom. That's what Memorial Day weekend is really all about. Now, how you celebrate that freedom and what you do with it is completely up to you. We had a great call there. I have moss underneath my dogwood tree, and I don't really want to be bothered with doing whatever, and that's her choice. We have these freedoms in this country thanks to those who have given their lives to that cause. And so if I would encourage anyone to do anything this weekend, yes, I want you to come to our stores. Yes, I want you to do your projects. I want you to get outside, do inside, do whatever. But I would really, really make a strong point to take a moment to reflect on the freedoms that we have, and you do you, because some people gave a lot. Some families gave a lot for us to have that. That's what Memorial Day weekend's really all about.
All right, well said, Ed and Paul, and of course Mike. Have a good weekend, and remember to pay respects to those who made the ultimate sacrifice. All right, stay with us. News at 11. Then we're doing some traveling. AAA Central's Talking Travel, KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 54 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Crews battled a house fire this morning in Ligonier. That fire started around 4 o'clock at a home on Stratford Road. There was no one at home at the time of that fire. A roof did collapse. No injuries were reported. Again, that fire happening around 4 this morning on Stratford Road in Ligonier Township. Police are investigating a deadly pedestrian crash in Chartiers Township, Washington County. Police say it happened around 2 o'clock this morning on Pike Street. The person was walking when they were struck by that vehicle. The person has since died. The driver stayed on the scene. The investigation into the incident continues. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man was slashed with brass knuckles during a fight in Market Square downtown. It happened around 8:30 Friday night along Graham Street. A man broke out brass knuckles and slashed the victim, according to a public safety spokesperson. Police acted quickly, took the alleged suspect into custody. The person who was slashed was taken to a hospital in stable condition. New details concerning the tragic death of legendary NASCAR driver Kyle Busch and the urgent 911 call made one day before he died. Here's ABC's Ike Ijoki.
New details emerging of a 9 made the day before his death.
And tell me exactly what's happened.
I've got an individual that's shortness of breath, very hot, thinks he's going to pass out, and is producing a little bit of blood, coughing up some blood.
The Associated Press reporting Bush had been training in a racing simulator in North Carolina when he became unresponsive Wednesday.
Well, various organizations will come together today for a community outreach event providing vital services to veterans and others experiencing homelessness. Here's News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak.
It's called Bridge to Hope, an event hosted by the Disabled American Center's Chapter 76 to provide hope for individuals who are homeless or struggling financially. Leaders from the county, the VA Medical Center, and other organizations will be donating their time and resources to help those who are in need. Dr. Theron White says many community services will be available.
We have individuals who are giving out free haircuts, or we're going to have hot food. We'll have a food bank there as well, so they can get any groceries they need. We'll have a clothing bank. They can get any clothing they need. We'll have educational assistance, hygiene products.
Today's event is being held at the Shepherd's Heart Veterans Home located on Pride Street from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., and he promises no one will be turned away. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
What if you could buy a flippable two-sided mattress made with the finest materials that cost less than other luxury brands? This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory, and this is exactly what you'll find with our new Orthos line available exclusively at OMF. We build these by hand using premium materials like wool and cotton. It's old-world craftsmanship with modern comfort, our most extraordinary sleep system. Built locally at a price other luxury brands just can't match. Visit the Original Mattress Factory and experience the Orthos line for yourself.
If you're the type of person who looks for high-quality products at a fair price, we would love for you to consider the Original Mattress Factory. All of our beds are hand-built in local factories using only the best materials. Because we sell factory direct, we eliminate the middleman markup, which allows us to offer great beds at a great value. If you hate games and gimmicks, we think that you'll find our honest, transparent approach refreshing. Stop by one of our locations today to experience the Original Mattress Factory difference for yourself.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy, breezy this afternoon. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around I-63. We'll have a little rain tonight. Below 55, maybe a morning shower tomorrow, then a thunderstorm in the afternoon, I-76, maybe a shower Monday, I-78. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, Christine Zapp is here, and we have a lot to get to on this remarkable show, and there's some things that you fans of our black and gold football team are going to want to stick around. Look, this is my thought process. Now is the time to travel more than ever because of just everything the world is dealing with. Don't let anything stop you, even if it's just to Conneaut Lake. I don't care where you're going. Call AAA 800-354-8761. Dream it, plan it, book it. Make plans to take a vacation and create memories that last a lifetime. Don't let anything stop you.
I couldn't agree more, Rob. With Memorial Day right around the corner, AAA's Memorial Day travel forecast is giving you a strong preview of what summer travel is shaping up to be this year. And it's expected to be another super busy travel season. AAA projects nearly 45 million Americans will travel over this holiday weekend, which is considered the unofficial kickoff to summer travel. And the overwhelmingly majority of these travelers are expected to hit the road by car. So whether you are looking to plan a getaway far away or close to home, now is truly the time to take advantage of the opportunities that you can get by booking with AAA Travel. And what really tells you the strong demand for travel continues to be is that travelers are prioritizing their vacations, their weekend getaways, and time with family and friends. And what we're seeing now is that people are still super eager to travel, especially to destinations and experiences they've been wanting to explore for a while now. So if you've been thinking about getting away, it's definitely not too late to start planning. And this is exactly where we can help. At AAA Travel, our advisors are working every day with travelers just like you. Whether it's last minute trips, cruises, guided tours, or full vacation packages, the goal is always the same, helping you find the best value, the right destination, and any available promotions that make that trip better. So right now, there's no better time to highlight some of the special military and first responder travel savings that are available with select tour and cruise partners. For example, we have a tour and cruise of the week this week. We are going to highlight Member Choice Vacations, and we're also going to highlight Carnival Cruise Lines. And both of those preferred partners offer some really incredible discounts for our military members. So for example, Member Choice Vacations offers military and first responder discounts that can save you up to $200 on select guided vacations. And Carnival Cruise Line continues to offer strong military appreciation programs and exclusive cruise offers for active military duty members, veterans, and their families. So including things like onboard credits, reduced deposits, complimentary room upgrades, and other added value perks that can really enhance the cruise experience.
Listen, if you're worried about the price at the pump, all you need to do is to get to the airport.
Absolutely.
There's so many opportunities, and I have been following this show in recent weeks and doing some stuff during the week with AAA online. They're doing incredible things with cruising right now. So if you've ever thought about this being the summer to cruise, this is the summer to cruise.
Yeah, the deals out there are incredible right now. So if you're looking to stack your AAA member benefit, the military discounts, there's just so many ways that you can save right now. And if you're looking ahead at travel plans this summer and beyond, right now there's also a special offer on our AAA gift memberships. So you can save $20 when you purchase a gift membership, add a free associate member at no extra cost, and receive a $20 gift card as our gift to you. So AAA memberships, they do continue to add value all year long, everything from roadside assistance to travel planning, identity theft monitoring, digital travel guides, exclusive member savings. And with this offer right now, it's also a thoughtful option for grads or families or anyone who loves to travel and wants that added peace of mind as they hit the road or the air this summer.
So here's the deal. 45 million Americans are going to be traveling this Memorial Day weekend. And I've been doing this with every host, every Memorial Day since 1984. So now it's your chance to kind of give me a once over what people need to do that may be traveling 50 miles or more from their home. And they're saying, busiest ever, 45 million people. So what should they do?
They should join AAA, obviously, Rob. So if you don't have a AAA membership, like I said, right now is an amazing opportunity to join. You can save $20 on a gift membership. Depending on the type of service that you might need, you could also save and get memberships for up to $10. So think the AAA app. Right now, you can use the AAA app. You can figure out where the least expensive gas is. So if you're thinking you want to take a road trip, but that might scare you, you have that opportunity. You're going to be able to save, with rental cars, with hotels, with, Penske truck rentals. If you're looking to move, there's just so many opportunities that are available and so many savings and discounts with your AAA membership.
Listen, that membership is worth the price of admission. And when you see that figure, that means people realize they work hard all year. There are certain times a year that they just have to say, forget it, I'm going no matter what. And when you see 45 million, I think it is basically what I've been saying. It echoes my sentiments. People are going to travel no matter what the news headlines are saying.
I couldn't agree more. And whether, like we said, by road or by car, I love that every time I travel, I get to come home to our incredible, beautiful Pittsburgh International Airport. We've been seeing a ton of different flights coming in that are going to be new and exciting. They just launched the Aer Lingus flight nonstop to Dublin. I actually, Kaylin, one of the hosts she's typically on here in our rotation, she actually took that nonstop flight. I'm sure none of you are surprised that she took the first one out, and she's actually in Dublin right now. So there's just so many great opportunities out of our airport, anything from Dublin to London. Breeze Airways has had a lot of opportunities if you're looking to do Providence or Louisville or something that might be a little bit closer to home. And then, of course, a little bit later in the show, we have a nice European surprise trip that we're going to go over for you guys.
Yeah, I know. She's going to keep you in suspense. But I don't think people realize what that membership can do. If you're worried about the price at the pump, you'll be able to know what the gas price is wherever you're going. But there's this Show Your Card and Save, where you can save on a gallon of gasoline at some of these Shell gas stations. But you can also save at eateries, at shops. So you can actually get money back by being a member when you're on vacation.
Absolutely. And then, the motorist that you get every single month is highlighting all of the different benefits that are available to you, all the different events that we have. One of the things that we do at our AAA offices is we'll have like different events where vendors come in and they talk about their different, cruise product or their tour product, or, we have our shredded events. There's actually one coming up at our Motor Square Garden location on May 30th. So that's next Saturday. AAA East Central is hosting a free shredded event Saturday, May 30th. It's at our Motor Square Garden branch, which is the 5900 Baum Boulevard location. The event is going to be held from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., and you guys are invited to bring up to 5 storage boxes filled with paperwork containing personal identification information for free on-site shredding to reduce the risk of identity theft. So all those materials, you can show up and they'll be recycled on site for you. We also have so many different benefits to the membership, like the free identity theft monitoring. So a lot of opportunities to really protect your identity and make sure when you are traveling that everything is secure. We have our credit card offer, so you're able to travel abroad and not have to worry about foreign transaction fees. You don't have to worry about a yearly fee on your credit card. So there's just a lot of really great benefits with the membership that extends so much further than the roadside service and our travel agency, and our insurance product. There's a lot of other things that are included in that as well.
Listen, when you go with AAA, you know you're getting exactly what you hope for, a vacation that will create memories that you're going to be thinking about for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can't wait to get into the tour and the cruise of the week. We have a lot of really great opportunities coming up this summer. So if you're thinking of staying close to home or you're thinking of going far away, we've got something that we can put together for you. That's the benefit of using a AAA travel advisor. If they haven't been there, maybe someone they worked with has been there, or we have a really great training program where they're able to learn the ins and outs of the different products that we offer and the different destinations that we sell, so we can truly match the perfect destination.
So if you're listening to us online and you're hitting Breezewood and you're on the turnpike, you're in her hometown. So you really, because you grew up in the shadows of that legendary turnpike exchange, vacations have always been a part of your life. People going somewhere, right?
Absolutely. And I think it's so fun when everyone's like, where are you from? And I, go, no one knows the small town that I'm from, right? You can't even hit it on a map if you threw an arrow there. But when I say Breezewood, they're always like, oh, that's where I go when I'm on the way to the beach, or I'm on the way to Hershey Park, or I'm on the way to Gettysburg, or something fun and exciting. It's always kind of like the mid stop. And especially when, I get into my first job was at the Gateway, and they're like, the what? I've been there. That's where we would stop. My mom is actually messaging me earlier this week about all the different buses of kids that they have that are taking their trips to DC for school. And it's just a really nice midpoint when you're looking to go on vacation.
Let me tell you, in all the years I've been doing this show, you were the first to say, when I said 45 million people, whatever the million was through the years, traveling 50 miles or more from their home, you were the first to say, get a AAA membership. Someday you'll be running this company.
I hope so.
or they have trained you well, both, a little bit of both. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Lots to get to. Christine Zapp is here today. Next hour, open talk. Lots still to get to today. Your Pratt Pack until 1 o'clock on KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Been 30 time would have been 30. No, would have been 30. Being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back with Christine Zapp. Tell everybody what you do now at AAA. You're moving up a little bit.
A little bit. So I started my career as a travel advisor at AAA a decade ago in our downtown office, which We have, over the years, we open new branches and we close new branches and kind of figure out what makes sense for the community, what's closest. So that office is no longer there. I transferred to our East Liberty main branch and worked in our call center under Alicia. And then Alicia had moved into some other roles, and then I was promoted to the manager of the call center. And then last December, I was promoted to the travel business manager, so I cover travel revenue for the state of PA. But it's been so full circle, all travel, starting as an advisor and then working in, the branch operations and then working in our call center and then being able to, work in the capacity that I am now back in branch operations. It's really exciting. It's full circle to see too. I reported to Alicia for a little bit, reported to Andrea for a little bit, and now we're all working together. And I just think it's so great that, you can build the relationships that we have at AAA and, those relationships with your coworkers and, working with Alicia and Andrea has just been such a joy.
It is an incredible trifecta. You all do such a great job, you three. All right, Painted Canyons of West featuring Utah's 5, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 national parks.
Yes, so our tour of the week is the Painted Canyons of the West tour featuring Utah's 5 national parks with member choice vacations. This guided vacation departs August 16th through August 24th of 2026 with pricing starting at $33.49 per person based on double occupancy. That is land only. So if you are looking for assistance with airfare, if you're looking for, maybe you want to fly in a couple of days early or stay a couple of days late, your AAA travel advisor can absolutely assist you with that. And the reason so many travelers are choosing member choice vacations is really simple. It's an expertly planned, fully guided travel with built-in value and exclusive member savings. It's the kind of conversation that takes the stress out of planning, and it also comes with one of the biggest conveniences in travel. Member Choice Vacations offers round-trip, door-to-door sedan service between your home and your departure airport on qualifying air-inclusive journeys. So that means a chauffeur picks you up at your home, drives you to the airport, and then brings you back when you return. So you skip parking, transit, all the logistics on both ends of the trip. So your vacation truly starts from the time you walk out your front door. So from there, this Southwest journey is going to take you through some of the most iconic landscapes in the country. Your adventure begins in Denver before traveling through Colorado wine country and into dramatic canyon scenery of Utah. Along the way, you'll explore towering red rock formations, desert vistas, scenic overlooks, and some of the most recognizable national parks in the United States. You'll spend 2 nights in Moab with included visits to Arches National Park, Canyonlands National Park, along with Dead Horse Point State Park, known for its sweeping canyon views. And then this tour is going to continue through Capitol Reef National Park, Bryce Canyon National Park, and Zion National Park, each offering its own unique landscape from Bryce's famous hoodoos to Zion's massive canyon walls and scenic open-air tram rides. So if you are looking for something that, keeps you a little bit closer to home, keeps you in the States, this is the perfect opportunity for this summer. You're also going to visit Colorado National Monument and enjoy a dinner and wine tasting at a family-owned vineyard in Grand Junction. This package includes 6 hand-picked accommodations and 11 meals throughout the trip. And then after several days of national park exploration and scenic western landscapes, the journey is going to wrap up in Las Vegas with its bright lights and entertainment. So that's
a way to finish it up.
Yeah, where the travel advisor comes into play, right? You want to do all of that fun exploring, but then you're probably going to want to add a few nights in Las Vegas. There's so much to do and see there. It's one of my absolute favorite cities in the country, and you need more than a couple nights there.
If you grew up in a lot of brick and mortar, as we have, everybody that I've ever known that has taken this, and the great Marita Williams used to do this all the time. She loved it out there.
She does.
That people would say to me when they would return, it was almost surreal to think that that was a part of the United States, because it was almost like you were in some foreign country, millions of miles away.
Absolutely. It absolutely feels that way. And even, a few weeks ago when we were on here and we were talking about Las Vegas, and, when you fly into Las Vegas, it seems surreal that there's all of these beautiful lights in the middle of a desert. And there's, you can do extravagant trips like this, or we can piece it together. So yes, this is a guided vacation, and that takes the stress out of the entire trip. Everyone is able to fully immerse themselves in the trip rather than one person driving around. But we can also piece this together if, guided vacations aren't for you and you're looking for something more independent. We could look at this and say, okay, we want to piece this together. So we're going to put your hotel accommodations, your airfare, your, entry into the national parks, reach out to your travel advisor, stop by your local office. Most of our offices are open till 3 or 4 today. Our reservation center is open till 5. Give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. Give them an idea of what you're looking to spend and what you're looking to see, and they're able to put that together for you. And if you are looking at a guided vacation and you're thinking of a national park or you're thinking of member choice vacations in general, right now there's an additional added value. For a limited time, you can save up to $1,500 per couple on select member choice vacation tours worldwide. So if you're looking for a fully guided, worry-free vacation with national parks, scenic travel, built-in convenience from start to finish, this is truly a standout option. And this sale ends June 1st. So you only have about a week left to take advantage of that.
And it'll be here before you know it. So a lot of times people have these inner feelings of things they want to do, but it takes something that will jumpstart them to actually make the call. What type of person would really love this, do you think?
I think anyone that, this could be something that is for, the wellness traveler, somebody that really wants to get out and do a lot of hiking and, some of the springs and the waterfalls and, the canyons and the kayaking. And you could put a lot of things like that together, or it could be for families. You want to take a road trip and drive across the country and do things like this. So it really comes down to what your preference is and what you want to do when you're traveling. This does not have Zach written all over it. Zach wants to lay by the pool and drink cocktails. So never catch my husband doing something like this, but certainly somebody that's into hiking and adventure and really wants to see something they've never experienced before.
I was talking to someone the other day. I never realized, but hiking is a phenomenon that people hike all the time around here.
Yeah, wellness travel is huge. And I think that that's one of the things that you really need to lean into your AAA travel advisor for and let them know the type of vacation you're looking to plan, because there are so many opportunities and so many different ways that we could put this kind of stuff together for you, whether it's traveling for sports. I love to travel across the world and, go to different sports games, or whether you're traveling for food or you're traveling for wellness or hiking. There's just so many opportunities that we can send you all over the world, and you're still able to take advantage of the hobbies that you love in your everyday.
Well, this is a different type of hike. This is hike as in football. So
I love it.
Let's get to this. Just whet their appetite, then we'll take a break and come back. But this is big, so hold on to your helmet. Here we go.
I love it. I love all the puns there. So yes, we do have a little special treat for you. I will get into all of the details in our final segment, but I'm sure many of you have heard the NFL announced that our very own Pittsburgh Steelers will be playing in Paris in a couple of months. So stay tuned for more details on that.
Yeah, and let me just say, I kind of held Andrea's feet to the proverbial fire. And I said, come on now, come on. And I knew when she said you were working on something that it wouldn't take long. This really is such an opportunity. And the incredible thing, the people who host this show, they know Paris. They've been to Paris. So it'll really give people a chance to wrap their arms around it. She'll give you all the details coming up in just a little bit. But do me a favor, just kind of remind them about Real ID. You're planning something, you have a trip in mind or something you're going to be booking, why you need to see that Department of Motor Vehicles location near you, and you need to get your Real ID. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I know when I'm traveling domestically, the last thing that I want to do is carry around my passport. So in order to avoid that, you have to get your Real ID. It really is a quick and easy process right now if you go into the DMV and get that taken care of. Another thing that you absolutely need to take advantage of is TSA PreCheck or Global Entry, depending on if you're traveling internationally or domestically a lot. A lot of our AAA offices are offering TSA PreCheck pop-up events, so you're able to do that, occasionally through your AAA office. If you visit AAA.com/TSA PreCheck, you'll be able to figure out, which of your local offices is offering that next. Or you can make an appointment at the beautiful brand new Pittsburgh airport to be able to have that taken care of for you. It's just so nice to breeze through the airport and be able to not have to stand in those long lines.
All right, so we're going to come back. We got lots more to get to, but don't forget, for everything that we talk about on this show, 800-354-8761. Dream it, plan it, book it. So what do you think is going to be some of the big items? Somebody earlier today was in studio. They're getting ready. They just booked a trip for you guys. They're going to Punta Cana in a couple of weeks. And I was telling this person, I've been hosting the show long enough that I remember we went through a very popular time of Punta Cana. It kind of went away, but in the last 15 years or so, everybody's going to Punta Cana. So what's Punta Cana like?
It's incredible. I've actually been there a couple of times. And I think sometimes we come on here and we talk about all these really incredible destinations and we forget how great all-inclusives are. So,
that's what she was saying.
Yeah, you can go to the Dominican Republic for a week. You can go to Mexico for a week. You can go to Jamaica for a week. There's so many incredible, islands throughout the Caribbean, and each one of them is a little bit different. So depending on what you're looking for, you've got Antigua, which has 365 beaches. So you've got a different beach for every day of the year. And it's often time and time again voted the most romantic island in the Caribbean. You can go to, Mexico and the Dominican Republic if you're looking for a less expensive opportunity. Maybe you want to go to all-inclusive and sit by the pool and have some cocktails with a few adventures. I know in the Dominican, we were able to go ziplining and hang out with monkeys and do all kinds of full stuff. And Chichen Itza in Mexico, so you're able to see one of the 7 wonders of the world. There's just so many incredible opportunities.
Have you ever been talking about travel and like Chichen Itza? That word just doesn't come out. Right?
Yeah, I was thinking Chichen Itza, Chichen and like Rome and Mexico is all blurring together.
but the way I work, sometimes the brain just gets locked up, but that was wonderful. All right, 800-354-8761. We have got much more, including the Mexican Riviera. That's just moments away. She is Christine Zapp. This is AAA East Central's Talking Travel. 800-354-8761.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, Stand On, and Walk Behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 55 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating this morning a deadly pedestrian crash in Chartiers Township, Washington County. Police say a person was walking along Pike Street when they were struck by a vehicle. Happened around 2 this morning. Person died. The driver stayed on the scene, and the investigation continues. New details concerning the tragic death of legendary NASCAR driver Kyle Busch and the urgent 911 call made one day before he died. Here's ABC's Ike Ijaki.
New details emerging of a 911 call made the day before his death.
And tell me exactly what's happened.
I've got an individual that's shortness of breath, very hot, thinks he's going to pass out, and is producing a little bit of blood, coughing up some blood.
The Associated Press reporting Bush had been training in a racing simulator in North Carolina when he became unresponsive Wednesday.
And just moments ago, the Bush family released a statement saying that Kyle Busch died of severe pneumonia sepsis. That coming in just the last few minutes from the Bush family. KDK Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Ready for your next getaway? Let AAA Travel turn your plans into unforgettable experiences. From exciting cruises to expertly guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts, they've got the perfect escape waiting for you. Looking for something more personal? Their small group adventures offer unique itineraries, immersive experiences, and more flexibility along the way. Want to skip the airport altogether? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey, and let your vacation begin the moment you leave home. Plus, their knowledgeable AAA travel advisors are here to help with personalized recommendations and to customize a trip that's perfect for you. Visit your local Western PA AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 today. That's 1-800-354-8761 and start your next adventure with AAA Travel.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy, cool this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around I-63. Some rain tonight, low 55. Warmer tomorrow, but a thunderstorm in the afternoon, I-76. Memorial Day, maybe a shower, I-78. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, some of my earliest memories of NASCAR were here on this great show when Mr. Lehman and Tracy Edwards and company, we were putting trips together to send people to different NASCAR events and even the Indianapolis 500. So again, tomorrow on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, I've done a bunch of stuff on social media, but we will look back at the legacy of Cal Busch. But I was just telling Rob, and then Rob obviously giving you the story, pneumonia sepsis. They're saying that's the cause of death of Cal Busch, only 41 years of age. NASCAR continues to mourn his loss, and thoughts and prayers go out to his many fans, but especially to his wife and 2 children and his brother. Between those two, the most combination victories in the history of NASCAR. And by the way, Cal Busch, a 2-time NASCAR champ, and over the 3 brands of NASCAR, the 3 series, 234 wins, dies tragically, and now they're saying cause of death, pneumonia sepsis. So very, very sad story. All right, let's get right back to it, and we're going to talk about what's happening with the Mexican Riviera from Long Beach, Los Angeles, on Carnival. I can't wait to hear the details.
All right, so our cruise of the week is a Mexican Riviera sailing aboard the Carnival Panorama with Carnival Cruise Lines. This is a 6-night cruise departing Sunday, August 23rd, 2026, round trip from Long Beach, California, and it returns Saturday, August 29th of 2026. So prices are starting at just $384 per person based on double occupancy for a guaranteed inside cabin. That price includes taxes and fees. And if you're looking for more of an upgraded experience, they do offer Cloud 9 spa suites, which are starting at just $1,634 per person based on double occupancy. And those suites are going to include access to premium spa and wellness amenities, priority boarding, thermal suite access, spa discounts, upgraded bath amenities, priority dining, and even complimentary laundry service. So whether you're looking for a getaway where you're just looking to, get on the ship and then be able to experience everything there, or if you're looking for a little bit more of a spa experience and you're looking for that ocean view balcony, they have something for you. So let's walk through your itinerary so you can really picture this sailing. So you'll begin day 1 departing Long Beach, California, followed by a relaxing day 2 at sea, giving you time to explore the ship and settle into vacation mode. On day 3 and 4, you're going to arrive in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, where you'll have 2 full days to experience one of the most iconic resort destinations in the Mexican Riviera. Think everything from beaches and boat tours to shopping, dining, and waterfront views. Then on day 5, you'll have another relaxing day at sea before heading to your final port day on day 6 in Ensenada, Mexico, which is known for its beautiful coastal scenery, local culture, and laid-back charm. Then finally on day 7, you'll return to Long Beach, California, wrapping up a full week of sunshine, ocean views, and entertainment. On board Carnival Panorama, you're sailing one of Carnival's larger Vista-class ships, which holds more than 4,000 guests. The ship is built for high-energy fun with something for everyone. So you've got multiple pools, water slides, rope courses, the sky ride, suspending cycling track, live entertainment, comedy clubs, casinos, fitness centers, spas, and they offer outdoor movie nights. Dining is also a really big part of the experience, with included favorites like Guy's Burger Joint, Blue Iguana Cantina, and Guy's Pig and Anchor Smokehouse. And because this sailing is round trip Long Beach, you've got a great opportunity to turn it into a longer Southern California vacation. You could add time in Los Angeles and explore Universal Studios, the Griffith Observatory, Venice Beach, Santa Monica Pier, or even take a Hollywood and Beverly Hills sightseeing tour. You could also build in extras like Warner Bros. Studios, whale watching from Long Beach, or a coastal day trip along the Pacific Coast Highway. It's a really easy way to take a 6-night cruise and stretch it into a full SoCal getaway. And then, of course, that's where AAA Travel comes into play. Even when you're looking through this and you're seeing cruise pricing as land only, we can take care of this entire trip. That means we can take care of your airfare, your pre-post hotel stays, your transfers, your excursions, travel insurance, package everything together so your vacation is seamless from start to finish.
Sounds like a whole lot of fun.
I know. I've been to the Mexican Riviera, and it's truly one of the most incredible places. I think Mexico is an extremely underrated destination. Whether you're traveling for, an all-inclusive resort stay, you could go to Cancun, Riviera Maya. You can go to Cabo San Lucas, Puerto Vallarta. There's so many different ways to experience all-inclusive, or you could, take a Mexican Riviera cruise and see which one you want to go and spend more time at.
So let me ask you, in your humble opinion, who would like to go on this trip? Or should I say, who wouldn't like to go on this trip?
I definitely think, Carnival is geared towards, more of a family base. They're fun ships. So, you've got your pools and your water slides, and, you've got all of the, different fun entertainment and comedy clubs and, rope courses. So there's something for everyone. If you've got a large family or a group of friends, I was just saying before we were off air, going on a bachelorette party in a couple of weeks. So this would be a really fun idea for a bachelorette party. So whether you're looking for fun or you're just looking to relax in the sun, I think that would be something for everyone.
So they don't go like to Confetti's, which was a famous place for many years in this part, or the VIP, another famous part. Why are these bachelorette parties getting more and more unique? You're the third person in 1 week who has told me about going off to a bachelorette party to a really cool place. You're going to Finger Lakes up in New York, but why has this become like a destination thing?
I think it's just so much fun to be able to celebrate with some of your closest friends. And, as we kind of navigate through this crazy thing called life, we sometimes get stuck in our normal day-to-day routines, and we don't spend as much time with our friends as we might once have done, when we were in college or right out of high school. So I think it's a good way to kind of bring everybody together and celebrate one last time before, Chelsea's with Nathan for the rest of her life.
Yeah, listen, and if you think about it, it's really the safest and best way. Because you're all together, you get to eat together, have a few adult beverages, have a few laughs, and then you get to do some day stuff too, a spa, a pool, whatever.
Absolutely. And that's, AAA Travel can do multiple different types of getaways for that. So whether you're going for a birthday party or you're going for a graduation or you're taking your parents away for their anniversary or a bachelorette party, there's so many different ways that you can celebrate by traveling. So whether you're going close to home and you're just driving up to the Finger Lakes for a long weekend, or you're, traveling across the world, there's a lot of really great ways to experience the world together. We've been on several different cruises where there's like 15 to 20 of us, and we go every other year, and there's just a big group of us. So we're able to spend time with our family and our friends, and it's a really great way to see everybody when you don't see each other every single day.
All right, so Aer Lingus is getting ready to do that full-time thing. We have British Airways, but then I noticed one of the other carriers is saying nonstop to Fort Lauderdale, and being that you have family there. I've always been fascinated by Fort Lauderdale. My hero, Joe Namath, lives in Fort Lauderdale. It was always a part of those cool spring break movies when I was a kid growing up. So if I wanted to just jump on a plane, like my friend who is leaving Fort Lauderdale on Monday for 2 weeks, what would I want to do in Fort Lauderdale?
There's so much to do in Fort Lauderdale, and there's a lot of things that are close, too. So you can fly into Fort Lauderdale. Miami is a hop, skip, and a jump away, so you could take advantage of that. My father-in-law lives in Pompano Beach, which is extremely underrated. I love Pompano Beach. They have a pier with a lot of like great restaurants and dining, and you could take an airboat trip through the Everglades, and if you want to get really crazy, you could fly in and drive down to the Keys, which is one of my absolute favorite trips, to be able to fly in and experience the drive through the Florida Keys.
So listen, Miami, maybe when I was your age or a little bit older, but there's something to be said about the tranquility of Fort Lauderdale. And I heard it is such a laid back, people said it's a big city, but it's got that local resort feel that many of us kind of grew up going to in Western Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of why my father-in-law chose that, right? So they're from Pittsburgh and they moved to Fort Lauderdale, and so many times people visit our city and they think it's, a big city with a small town vibe and all the different suburbs, and you very much feel that way in the Fort Lauderdale area. Lauderdale by the Sea is one of my favorite areas in Fort Lauderdale, where there's so much shopping and dining, and it's all in a very walkable area. It's so pet friendly. So anywhere I go, I want to be able to go with my dog and be able to take Nova and have him hang out with us the entire day, whether we're on the beach or whether we're sitting in a brewery and being able to enjoy that experience with our family. I just think that it's extremely pet friendly as well.
Something else that AAA East Central does that I will bring to the table, pet insurance.
We do it all, Rob.
But I mean, listen, my son has a pet. My daughter has 2 pets. I grew up with pets. That may be one of the most affordable things you can do and smartest things you can do.
Absolutely. Having a pet is not inexpensive.
Listen, your pet, when I die and I get a chance, if there is such a thing as reincarnation, I'm coming back as your dog.
He is one of the most spoiled pets on the planet.
Listen, I
think he's been to
media.
60, I can't even put it.
He goes on more walks than I do.
He does go on a lot of walks. He's been to 15 different states. I mean, he's spoiled.
So how have you made this dog learn to be happy traveling in a car?
Oh my gosh, he's not. He hates traveling in the car, but I don't want to go without him.
How do you get around that then?
So he's usually okay once we get moving. I think it's the stop and go before we get out of the city. So traveling locally, not for him. But once he gets on the road and I think he realizes that he's going to the beach or somewhere super
likes
fun,
the water?
he likes, oh my gosh, he loves the water.
What type of dog is he again?
Golden Retriever.
Well, that's what I thought he was, but I wanted to make sure. But, it is amazing. When I think back about my childhood going on vacation, we took our dog a couple of times. We rented a cottage, and it wouldn't have been a vacation without our dog.
100%. And, that's just all the more reason that you need to utilize AAA travel. When you think of traveling, you might see that there's a pet-friendly hotel and just, think that that's fine, but it isn't always that case. A lot of time there's restrictions involved with that. So there might be a weight restriction or a breed restriction, which is where you really need to utilize your AAA travel advisor, because pet-friendly doesn't mean all pets. A lot of times it is a little bit difficult to find a hotel that will accommodate my 70-pound Golden Retriever.
What a beautiful dog. Name again?
Nova.
Nova. I love that name. A little bit of a travel connection to it.
Well, it's actually because I'm a Villanova fan, so he's really rooting for the Knicks these days.
Why are you a Villanova fan?
Because I grew up in the middle of the state, and Pitt wasn't any good.
2-time national champion Jalen Brunson leading the Knicks. They've now won 9 straight, and they're going to go at it again tonight. They will go up 3-0 on Cleveland if they get the win. If they win, the Knicks,
they will.
When I grew up, that was my favorite team. The last time they won it, I was a child. Willis Reed, Walt Frazier. All I can say is if he leads them to victory, Bernard King, there's been some great ones, Patrick Ewing, he will go down in history as the greatest Knick of all time.
He's already the greatest Knick of all time.
You're probably right.
When am I wrong, Rob?
So far, it's all you and none for me. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Stay tuned. We have something to tell you that you're going to absolutely love if you love our black and gold football team. Stay with us.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom. If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Off to Paris with the black and gold football team, New Orleans Saints, Week 7, Eiffel Tower. Nice glass of wine, a little plate of cheese, and here we go, Steelers. Tell me about it.
Yes, here we go. So I will say, if any of you follow Kaylin on social media, she's currently in Dublin, but she is making her way to Paris. So you will get a little bit of a taste of what we have to offer. So we do have a package. It is the Steel City Kickoff in Paris. The travel dates that we have are October 21st through October 26th of 2026. Our package is going to include round-trip air from Pittsburgh into Charles de Gaulle, Paris, 4 nights hotel accommodations at the Paris Marriott Opera. All of your ground transportation is going to be included. So from the airport to the hotel and the game. We also have official NFL Pittsburgh versus New Orleans tickets included in this package. We've got a black and gold kickoff party to get things started. And then we also have a little bit of the excursions that you're looking for to make this a full package. So your hop-on, hop-off bus tour is going to be included, so you could take advantage of seeing the city at your leisure. And then they also have a river cruise on the Seine that's going to be included. And then, of course, one of the best parts of this vacation is it's going to be hosted by Larry Richards. So you do not want to miss out on this opportunity. It was an incredible experience whenever we were able to take everyone to Dublin. Alicia, Marita, if I had to guess, they will probably both be there, making the magic happen for all of you guys. So if you are interested in this, you need to give us a call. Space will not last. I promise you. We've had so many people calling in over the last couple of weeks. Give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. Our reservation center is open till 5 today. A lot of our branch offices, if you want to stop by, they do have this information readily available. Prices are starting at $71.99 per person based on double occupancy. Includes everything. So you've got your accommodations, your flights, your tickets, and all of the fun that comes with it.
See, here's the thing about Dublin and now Paris, and I said this last week to Andrea. Yeah, we want to see the Steelers play, but this is 2 locations that are great for once-in-a-lifetime vacation. So you get really your Steelers, that feeling, that flavor. But you get things like the Eiffel Tower, and I'm just throwing that out there because I don't know that territory as much as you all do because that's your business. But you get the shops, the eateries, the food, and you get a chance to say you went to Paris.
Absolutely. And being able to travel for sports is one of the most fun parts, I think, of our job and of our career. And, you know, definitely me and Alicia, I feel like, you know, she's been here her whole life and I haven't, but I definitely feel like we're both Yenzers in the fact that, like, we want to travel and we want to be able to go and experience this with, you know, everybody else that has the same opinion. I love being able to travel with Steelers fans.
Well, I know one thing. If that doesn't sell out quickly, I'd be shocked.
It will be gone. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gone by the end of the week. So if this is something that you're interested in, you definitely want to give us a call. It will not be on the shelf very long. 1-800-354-8761. Again, our call center is open till 5 today. We are closed on Monday, so that's another thing to keep in mind. Our offices are closed on Sunday and Monday. So if you aren't able to get a call in today, you're definitely want to stop by your local office or give us a call first thing Tuesday morning. Again, this is the Steel City Kickoff in Paris. This package is October 21st through October 26th. Includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh, 4 nights hotel accommodation in a Marriott, all of your ground transportation. It's got your official NFL tickets to the game, Pittsburgh versus New Orleans, black and gold kickoff party, hop-on, hop-off bus tour, and the Seine River is going to be included in this. So there's so many opportunities to be able to experience the city and see our beloved Steelers in Paris.
That is going to be so much fun. I mean, that's something you'll take with you the rest of your life.
Yeah. And the feedback and the excitement from the Dublin game, I feel like it just happened. So to be able to experience this again so close, it's going to be so much fun. So, you know, whether you guys are thinking of planning a summer vacation to, the national parks, or you're looking to take a cruise through the Mexican Riviera, or you're looking to travel and follow the Steelers across the country, you need to give us a call. You need to work with AAA Travel. As always, we're going to continue to offer added value for our members, including military and first responder savings through, our cruise and tour partners. We're going to have discounts, onboard credits, reduced deposit, and then exclusive perks that are only going to be available on qualifying vacations. So reach out to your AAA Travel advisor, let them know what you're looking for, and get your summer vacations planned.
Yeah, get them planned. But here are a couple of other things you need to be planning. Before we say goodbye, I wanted to go over what we talked about earlier in the show, both itineraries, because you don't want to miss out. And again, some of these locations, meaning they're brick and mortar locations, open until 3 today. Or better yet, 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. Go ahead.
So as you've been hearing, whether you're planning, a quick summer escape, a guided national parks adventure, or warm weather cruise, now is the time to get your vacation plans in place with AAA Travel. Our tour of the week is a Painted Canyons of West featuring Utah's 5 national parks with member choice vacations. This guided vacation departs August 16th through August 24th of 2026, with prices starting at $33.49 per person land only, based on double occupancy. It's a seamless way to experience places like Arches, Canyonlands, Bryce Canyon, Zion, and more, all in one itinerary with accommodations, meals, and guided touring included. Our cruise of the week is a Mexican Riviera sailing aboard Carnival Panorama with Carnival Cruise Line. This 6-night cruise departs Sunday, August 23rd, 2026, round trip from Long Beach, California, and returns on Saturday, August 29th. Prices are starting at $384 per person for guaranteed inside cabin. I had to double take because that price is so low. So $384 per person for a guaranteed inside cabin, including taxes and fees. And then we also have some Cloud9 spa suites starting at $1634 per person for those looking for a more upgraded experience on board. So both of these are super incredible examples of packaged vacations, but it's important to note that they're land only. So that's where AAA Travel really comes in. We can help take it the rest of the way. So whether we're adding pre or post cruise stays, your airfare transfers, travel insurance, or just making sure all the pieces connect smoothly so you don't have to manage it all yourself.
You just stole my act because I've done that many times. And it sounds seamless. It sounds perfect because there are so many things that are so good when it comes to... See, here's what people need to understand, why these prices are so good. You guys have built relationships that have been around a whole lot longer than me and you with this brand. And you have the buying power. You have the nuances, the little nitty-gritties, that little added ingredient. Something pops up, you jump on it. Like, literally, within a week since Andrew was here, you've got this whole thing mapped out where no one's even thinking about the 7th week of the season, let alone the start of the season, and it's going to be here before you know it, and you guys have already put something on the table for that trip to Paris.
Absolutely. It's going to be incredible. Those details again, Steel City kickoff in Paris, October 21st through the 26th. Package includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh, 4 nights hotel accommodations, and the Paris Marriott. All ground transportation, so from the airport to the hotel and the game. We've got your official NFL tickets for the game, Pittsburgh versus New Orleans, black and gold kickoff party, and then we also have some fun in Paris. So we've got a river cruise on the sign, we've got a hop on and off bus tour, and then of course all of this is going to be hosted by Larry Richard.
Oh, see...
Did you catch that the first time, Rob?
You know what? I thought, for a moment, was she talking about Dublin? But he's going to get to do it again.
He is going to get to do it again.
Well, it only makes sense. He's the PA announcer of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He needs to be there.
He does need. He's the voice. He needs to be there. People hear him at the stadium. So when they hear him in the crowd, they're going to feel right at home.
Yeah, let's start playing Renegade. That's how we should end the segment, with some Renegade.
And you know where I'll be that day, don't you? Right here where I always am, with the sound turned down, watching my beloved Pittsburgh Steelers. I can't thank you enough. And listen, in the final few minutes that we have, remind folks, if you don't have a membership, get one. Don't put it off. 800-354-8761 or stop in, because as the summer travel season officially begins this weekend, you're going to want to have it, because it's the only piece of plastic that you will ever carry that actually puts money back in your pocket.
I couldn't agree more. A AAA membership really does continue to deliver value all year round. So from road service assistance to travel planning support to identity theft monitoring, digital travel guides, exclusive member savings, now is the time. Right now, you can take advantage of our gift membership offer. You can save $20 when you purchase a gift membership. You're able to add a free associate member at no extra cost, and you're going to receive a $20 gift card as our gift to you. So that's a really easy, thoughtful way to, be able to give a gift to, somebody that's graduating, or maybe Father's Day, or, family, year. Anyone that wants to travel or add that extra peace of mind to their pocket when they are traveling on the road and in the air this summer.
And listen, if you want to get in on that Steeler trip, that 7th week of the season to Paris to see them play New Orleans, all you need to do is call 800-354-8761. Say you were listening to Kristen on the radio today. You want to be a part of that Steelers getaway to Paris. They'll be able to do everything right there and then. So make the call. You want to be a part of it. It'll be here before you know it. First one to the table with an incredible offer, as expected. AAA East Central. It's Week 7 NFL. Steelers in Paris taking on New Orleans. They've got a great opportunity for you right now at 800-354-8761. 800-354-8761. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you as well.
Christine Zapp. Don't forget that Steelers trip Paris, Week 7. Call right now. 800-354-8761. 800-354-8761. And for everything that we talked about on the show today, if you want to see it in front of you with your own eyes before you make the call, go to AAA.com/radio. AAA.com/radio. Stay with us. We're not done yet. Marathon Saturday continues. We'll come back right after that noon news with Rob Taylor, which is minutes away on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Would you ever consider paying for your new mattress 2 times? It sounds expensive, but that's exactly what happens when you buy from a mainstream mattress store. The manufacturer marks it up, sells it to the retailer, who marks it up again and sells it to you. Because the Original Mattress Factory sells factory direct, the mattress you buy is being sold for the first and only time, providing real value. Don't buy your mattress twice. Visit the Original Mattress Factory today.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 55 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating after a deadly pedestrian crash in Chartiers Township, Washington County. Police say a person was walking along Pike Street around 2 this morning when they were struck by a vehicle. The driver stayed on the scene. The person, though, who was struck has died. The investigation continues. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man was slashed with brass knuckles during a fight in Market Square downtown. The incident happened around 8:30 Friday night on Graham Street. Police say two men were fighting. That's when a man broke out brass knuckles, slashed the victim, according to a public safety spokesperson. Police quickly took the alleged suspect into custody, and the person who was slashed was taken to a hospital in stable condition. Well, the Ligonier Country Market is back in service starting today for its 50th season. It's going to be in a new location this year. It's going to be held along Ligonier Street in Latrobe instead of the Lohanna Watershed Association. The market will be held each Saturday except for June 6th, July 4th, and August 22nd. The market expected to bring around 60,000 to 70,000 visitors to Latrobe this summer. And if you're thinking about heading to Sandcastle today, you got to think again. It's not open today. Sandcastle announced that due to the unseasonably cold temperatures today, the park will open on Sunday instead of today. If you have a Sandcastle 2026 season pass, you can visit Kennywood today for free instead. If you have a one-day ticket for Sandcastle for today, it will be valid at the park for any other day this season. KDK Radio News Time, it's 12:02. We've got the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy, breezy this afternoon. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around I-63. We'll have a little rain tonight, low 55. Maybe a morning shower tomorrow, then a thunderstorm in the afternoon I-76. Maybe a shower Monday I-78. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
This Memorial Day weekend will be a time for travel, a time for family gatherings at cookouts, and a time to relax. But this weekend is more than that. Memorial Day is a federal holiday to honor American personnel who died while serving in the armed forces. It is a day for visiting cemeteries and memorials for the 1.3 million service members who died in the line of duty. At least 13 service members have died during Operation Epic Fury in Iran. This weekend, we ask that you pay tribute to those who have sacrificed their lives to keep our lives safe and free. This is the time to put aside your political differences and remember those who have died in combat so we can continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
I want to get Rob Taylor in here real quick, a story that we kind of broke with some help of others, including Yahoo Sports, where I first saw it. Cal Bush, cause of death revealed severe pneumonia sepsis. So the medical evaluation, Rob, provided by the Bush family concluded that the severe pneumonia progressed into sepsis, resulting in a rapid, overwhelming associated complications, that the family said in a statement. The family asked for continued understanding and privacy during this difficult time. So anytime you hear that word sepsis in a medical diagnosis, it can be very scary and in some cases deadly and sad, but that's what took the life of 41-year-old Cal Bush, huh?
Yeah, and, so many people were just trying to figure out exactly, what happened because, maybe a week ago he was racing. Winning, yeah, and then this just happened so suddenly. So, yeah, severe pneumonia, which then progressed into sepsis, and it's just only 41 years old.
Yeah, and this weekend of all weekends, I mean, tomorrow's the best day of racing on the calendar year. You've got the Coca-Cola 600 in the evening and the Indianapolis 500. Alex Pofar will be on the pole. He, of course, races for Fox Chapel native Chip Ganassi. So he was preparing in that simulator, getting ready for this weekend in the Coca-Cola 600. And then, obviously, coughing up blood and having these headaches he was complaining of. He was admitted to the hospital with a severe illness and subsequently lost his life because of, now we know, it is pneumonia, sepsis. And that's a ugly, ugly, ugly thing, sepsis.
Yeah, and, there was never really any debate on whether or not they would, cancel the race. The NASCAR CEO saying that probably, more than likely, Kyle Busch would have wanted them to run that race. So, the Coca-Cola 600 will go on. But like you said, it's the tributes and everything that's going to be happening prior to that race are going to be something to check out.
Here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. These men and women who race are athletes. I mean, especially today. It's not like the days of NASCAR when I grew up and Richard Petty and those were doing what they were doing, Cale Yarborough and the Allisons. They train, they have nutritionists, they work out. I mean, on a regular basis, they do everything that any other athlete in any professional sport does. And it is a very tough sport to compete in. But a lot of these NASCAR racers, which is amazing, and, he was only 41 and 234 wins across the 3 series of NASCAR, and he and his brother Kurt have the most of any combination in the history of NASCAR itself. But he had been racing since he was 16 years old. I mean, imagine 16 getting behind the wheel of a car going 200 miles an hour and being successful at it. That's a gift.
That truly is. Yeah, it says here he was in the midst of his 22nd Cup season, driving for Richard Childress Racing. So, a true legend indeed. And when I heard that news, it was Colin Dunlap who actually here on KDKA Radio. That's who I heard it from on Thursday afternoon. I couldn't believe it. Kyle Busch. I'm like, that's a guy I see on SportsCenter all the time.
And the first thing you would think when you see he's passed, if you hadn't seen that he was admitted to a hospital with a severe illness, you would have thought, well, he probably sadly, like Dale Earnhardt and so many others, was involved in a crash. And what's amazing, all those years racing, doing all of that, never had any issues, and sadly he gets pneumonia and dies of sepsis. So you just never know.
Yeah, well, here's what's funny, Rob. When Colin Dunlap made the announcement, it was Thursday afternoon. The last thing I thought was it was because of a race, because NASCAR never really runs throughout the week. So when Colin Dunlap
unless
said
they were on a practice,
maybe
lap.
a practice, yeah. But I'm thinking, was it like a regular car crash? Something in just out and about,
stuff, right?
Yeah, or was it what happened? So it was just terrible news, and it really, really shook the racing world and the sports world, and just sometimes you think about you just have to keep going, and I guess when it's
your time, it's
your time.
Well, here's the thing about NASCAR. A couple of descriptions, and I've said it before, and I've been a fan for a long, long time. And I don't know if you remember Bill Steinbach, who was a legendary news anchor here for years. His grandson, Bill, is now down at Channel 9 in Steubenville. Big NASCAR lover, as his grandfather was, who kind of really got me started in this whole sport of NASCAR. The other person, Steve Sheets, sadly no longer with us, the Sheets family. And there's been a few others. But I said this years ago, they're like gladiators. What they do on a week-to-week basis is not for the faint of heart, because literally when you go to work that morning or you get behind that vehicle, the wheel of that vehicle for a practice lap or whatever you're doing, time trials, your life could come to an end at any split second. And we've all seen the violent crashes and what have you. But I'll never forget watching a race, Dale Earnhardt. It seemed as though he just basically touched or kissed the wall with the bumper. But because of how he wasn't fastened in, or something went wrong with the equipment, which is now they have perfected a new seatbelt to prevent that, like your head whipping back, he died on that track when it looked as though it was just as though he tapped the wall. And then you've seen these violent crashes where they survive. But here's the thing. One of the NASCAR racers put this on X, and it was perfect. And I'm not the first to say it. ESPN, Marty Smith was the first to talk about it. They explained it by saying, we lost our Kobe Bryant. because this guy was so instrumental, so young, so just vital to the sport, and really put the sport on the map in a big way and brought new generations of fans like Kobe Bryant. But then I started thinking about Clemente and others, these athletes who are like peak condition, larger than life, almost superhuman. They seem invincible. And as in this case, here one day in a simulator getting ready for this race tomorrow, and sadly no longer here because of sepsis. And a lot of people can relate to that infection. It's the worst, and when you get it, it's frightening. And in this case, it's sad, but that's what brought his life to an end.
And when you say Kobe Bryant, they could have also been talking not just about his,
I know what you mean.
but just talking about the fact that Kobe was kind of, he was aggressive. He was kind of a guy, an agitator a little bit, and there were, a lot of people that loved Kobe, but then there were some people who he rubbed the wrong way. And I think Kyle Busch was the same way, an agitator.
So was Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, and so there were in that sport, he had a lot of love, and then he had some detractors, but he would always kind of push that envelope. But see, when you push the envelope and you're a winner, it's all good. If you're just an agitator and you never win, you're not.
Well, we mentioned, you were talking about Reggie Miller earlier. Him and Spike Lee. I mean, it was crazy. And I mentioned Larry Bird. Larry Bird trash talk coaches. I mean, everyone. But I have to ask you, because you brought up basketball. I'm a huge New York Knicks fan. That's my team. They've won 9 in a row. Jalen Brunson, which I didn't realize. I thought he only won 1 at Villanova, but he won 2 national championships. If he wins this championship for the NBA New York Knicks, who haven't won in over a half a century, there's been some great ones: Patrick Ewing, Bernard King, Willis Reed, Walt Frazier. Will he go down in history as the greatest Knick of all time?
I don't think so. Not yet. I mean, if they win the championship
twice,
he won it twice at Villanova, but they haven't won the championship yet. If they do win the title, he will go down as one of the greatest Knicks of all time.
But maybe not the greatest.
Not the greatest. Now, if they win back-to-back.
Yeah, that's
if they go back-to-back, in this type of NBA climate and environment, then, yeah, we could say he's the greatest Knick of all time. But remember, Jalen Brunson, he's very good, but, they brought over Karl Anthony Towns from Minnesota. Josh Hart is playing well. They've got some other players. So, I mean,
and let's give Mike Brown a little bit of credit.
Yeah.
He's done a really
Former
good
Cavs
job.
coach.
Yeah, done a really good job.
Yeah, so, I saw that too. The greatest Knick of all time. I mean.
Well, you know what's going to happen, don't you? Because he is a free agent. You'll see probably LeBron James come to the Knicks next year.
What, he's not going home to Cleveland?
Listen, if I'm him, I'm going to New York, man. There's nothing like that town. That place is what the Forum used to be back when it was Showtime. I mean, the Knicks, everybody that's anybody, Timothy Chalamet, they're all there. Jimmy Fallon, Spike Lee, Jennifer Lopez. I mean, I don't know how they get all these people in those seats and actually have seats for the fans. I mean, it's a cavalcade of stars.
As you know, I'm an Ohio State graduate. And
I know that.
Watched Cleveland, and I wanted to see the Cavs make it to the finals. Even though I'm not hating against the Knicks, but
I get it.
When the Knicks, they're up 2-0, and all these companies, they've got their headquarters in New York, so all on TV. You got to hear Stephen A. Smith, and you got to hear all these people just loving the Knicks. So it feels like everybody is against the Cavs in this Eastern Conference Finals. It feels like only people in Cleveland want to see the Cavs win it.
Are you happy James Harden is with Cleveland?
I am, but he's never really won anywhere he's been. And
he goes to these teams, gets him into the playoffs, then he gets a new contract, then he's a bust.
And he can't play any defense.
A lot of people in the league can't play any defense.
Yeah, but he is like a real liability on defense. The Cavs had that lead in Game 1, about a 20-point lead, and then New York just went to Brunson against Harden for the last 4 minutes, and Brunson just scored all over him, and they got back into the game.
Honestly, Wemby's great, Wembanyama, but SGA, OKC, it's going to be hard to stop them. And I don't care if it's the Knicks or the Cavs. It's going to be tough. That guy is the MVP. SGA is a tremendous basketball player.
Wembanyama, he's real good, but I think San Antonio's being outcoached right now. They won the first game, but they basically kept Victor Wembanyama out of the game in the 2 and 3.
If I'm not a San Antonio fan, could you make the argument that they have to have a height limit in the NBA? I mean, if you're more than 7'2", you're not playing in the league. This guy's got a 9-foot wingspan, and he can shoot the jumper, and he can basically dribble the floor.
But you know what? His team is down 2-1, and the series went back to San Antonio last night, and the Spurs lost on their home court by like 14-15. So even though he's 7'4", his team is down 2-1.
Just know this: if I would have taken that elbow, it would have been the Rob Taylor show, because you would have never seen me. I would have. Imagine getting an elbow to the face from a guy who's 7'5".
I don't know if I could host the show and do the news. We need Rob Pratt here.
Yes, you could. Back in the day, remember your early days in radio? You did the news, you did the sports, you were the DJ. And you read the obituaries on the air. So you did everything back in the day, man.
Yeah, I know. But we got to have Rob Pratt here.
Listen, man, I had a
I don't want you taking any elbows.
I had a heck of a ride, man. I had a great life in this business. Hey, real quick before I let you go, I really am loving the NBA, though, this postseason. And without Boston and the Lakers and some of these other teams, you think that it would kind of slow down. But having the Knicks there, and you've got two great teams on the west side of things that have a lot of emerging talent. It could be one of the best rivalries in the league moving forward. But, man, it is nice to see the New York Knicks back in the thick of things. So.
It really is. I mean, I wish they weren't playing the Cavs. Then I'd be a 100% Knicks fan.
You love those Cavs, don't you?
Well, I'll say I don't want to. I love Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, Buckeyes. I just like Cavaliers.
Hey, speaking of the big story. Today, 3 o'clock, North Carolina. How about Pitt's baseball team?
Home run in the, was that the 9th inning?
Won 8-6. Yeah, Jeff, get in here. Listen, 8-6. 8-6, they win semifinals. I talked about that in sports today. That's huge. Yeah, our sports director, Jeff Hathorne, is here giving us the fist pump. That's massive. Let me take a break. We'll talk to Jeff on the other side about it.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
This is Stories from the Pitch. Brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
They arrived in Germany under a cloud. Calciopoli, the match-fixing scandal, had just broken in Italy, threatening to demote Juventus and disgrace the league. Several squad members faced charges back home. Coach Marcello Lippi turned isolation into fuel. Italy played pragmatically, ruthlessly. Goalkeeper Gianluigi Buffon conceded just 2 goals all tournament, 1 penalty, 1 own goal. They beat Germany in the semifinal in extra time. Fabio Grosso curling home a beauty in the final minute. Then France in Berlin. Penalties. Grosso again. The last kick. Trezeguet missed. Italy's 4th World Championship. The squad
Stories from the Pitch.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care. We're here for
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of going through my day-to-day, and all of a sudden the phone starts to blow up, and I'm seeing Pitt this, Pitt that. And it was one of the stories that we had in our Coons Quality Food Sportscast today. And Jeff Hathorn doing a little overtime this weekend. Bucks Toronto getting ready to play in just a couple of hours in Toronto. Try to regroup after losing last night. Paul Skeens will be on the hill today. So Wagner, they're down to their final strike. He goes yard. They win.
Awesome.
Florida State. Talk to me about this, brother.
So I will tell you that in here with Greg Finley and Seth Davis, two of the producers, and I was following it on screen, and Greg comes in and said, "Why don't you put it on TV?" And I'm like, and I do stuff for ACC Network, and it never occurred to me, like, hey, why don't you put the game on?
You were a fan for a moment.
We're watching it in the ninth, and it's down to 2 strikes. The Florida State fans are on their feet. They're anticipating because they're the 4 seed. They're going to go on. They're going to move on. They're going to play in the ACC semifinals and play against North Carolina. And, I mean, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the ninth. Guy who played at Northern Colorado hits 1 out. I mean, it was just, the bench just erupted. It was, to feel that moment was really cool. And let me tell you, the pitcher transferred, went 3 innings to get the win. He's from Butler. He transferred from Grove City.
Good baseball school.
You're pitching at Geneva and Waynesburg and W&J, and nothing against any of them. Now all of a sudden you're in Charlotte with your NCAA tournament on the line, and you go 3 innings and don't give up a hit. In that scenario, was good for Mike Bell, and because Northern teams don't get tons of opportunities. I think they should be in the NCAA tournament.
Well, we're going to see. They, too, are playing North Carolina, so a big baseball game today for our Pirates and for the Pitt Panthers. But you know what that moment is that Wagner went through? That's a hot summer day. You're drinking Kool-Aid, looking for your friends, and you're standing in front of, a mirror in your garage with your wiffle ball bat. It's the bottom of the ninth. We're down to the final strike. Here's the pitch. That's a dream come true.
Oh, it's just an unbelievable moment for the kid and for the program, hopefully. Hopefully that's the clincher. Regardless of what happens today, hopefully that gets them in the NCAA. Because a couple of years ago, they were robbed of an opportunity. They had some big-time series wins and some really good wins. I think what helps them this year is their offense is so good. I think that's intriguing to the selection committee because, as Pitt showed against West Virginia, they can put up runs. I mean, they spanked a really good West Virginia team. They've owned Penn State over the last couple of meetings. Like, I think they're a team that should be in, and if they get in, I'm not predicting them to win it, but I would say that they would be exciting. That would be an exciting add. Plus, I think it adds more intrigue to the tournament when you have a few northern schools because it's predominantly southern or western schools.
Well, here's the thing, too. When you wake up in the morning and you're just trying to get moving, it's 2 a.m., and you get up on the treadmill and you turn on ESPN and you see the Pitt Panthers, the very first thing, that feels good, man. That feels good.
I mean, I can't tell you how much work Mike Bell puts in. I mean, you're trying to – how do you compete with it's 56 degrees on Memorial Day and it's 75 on Christmas in these other schools? How do you compete with that where you could play baseball year-round and not be indoors? That is a very tough recruiting sell. And he's found guys, like I mentioned, from Grove City. I think Case Western, he's had a player. He took a player, other D3 play. Like you roll the dice on these different guys from D2, and I mean, the work is just and to see the reward right now. I hope he's finally rewarded with that NCAA tournament bid.
Listen, everything that this wonderful Pitt program, and you've seen it firsthand, being a voice of that organization that is Pitt basketball, football, volleyball. You've been a part of it all. You're the sports director. It's kind of nice to see that this Panthers program is getting some love this time of year with something that we would least expect, like baseball, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, and they're not nearly funded like other programs in their own conference, let alone across the country. And what Mike is doing, he's found, what Pitt coaches have done. Jamie Dixon and Ben Howland did it famously. They would take 3 stars and build a system
around them
to have success. Pat Narduzzi, he's not going to outbid Georgia for players or Alabama or Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State. So he's got a system that can take those guys and give them an opportunity to play in the NFL and have some success in college. So Mike Bell has a similar thing. I mean, the best coach there is Dan Fisher, the volleyball coach. That program went from middling to elite under his tutelage, and it just continues to roll. And hopefully some other coaches will have some success. I know Keith Gavin, the wrestling coaches. I mean, you're battling again. Look at what Penn State's doing in wrestling right now.
Oh, I know.
It's an uphill, but you know what? I believe in Keith and what he does here at the University of Pittsburgh.
Well, enjoy it, man. I know you're connected to it. We're all connected to it, but we're from the fan side, but you're from the journalist side. But it's nice to see. And, Joe Giordano, longtime coach, joins me on the Sunday show. He's now at IMG Academy. So everybody's enjoying this one.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Pitt fan, not Pitt fan, to your point, everyone can identify with 2 strikes, top of the 9th, 2 outs, season on the line, and you come through.
Listen, 20 years from now, wherever he is, he'll be talking about it.
Or, you feel like you're overlooked and you play D3, and now you're playing in maybe the best baseball league in America, and you shut out one of the best teams in the country over 3 innings, go hitless to provide the win for your team. Like, those stories are awesome.
They keep it going today?
Here's the problem. They've played 4 days. Pitching becomes an issue, and you're facing a Carolina team that didn't have to play as many games. That's where it's really tough in a semifinal. All
right, hail to Pitt. Good stuff, Jeff. I'm going to go straight to the news, and then we'll get back and wrap up today's marathon with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. It's 12:30.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police investigating this morning after a deadly pedestrian crash in Chartiers Township, Washington County. Police say a person who was walking on Pike Street around 2 o'clock this morning was struck by a vehicle. That person died. The driver stayed on the scene. Right now, that incident still under investigation. New details concerning the tragic death of legendary NASCAR driver Kyle Busch in the urgent 911 call made one day before he died. Here's ABC's Ike Ijaki.
New details emerging of a 911 call made the day before his death.
And tell me exactly what's happened.
I've got an individual that's shortness of breath, very hot, thinks he's going to pass out, and is producing a little bit of blood, coughing up some blood.
The Associated Press reporting Busch had been training in a racing simulator in North Carolina when he became unresponsive Wednesday.
And this morning, the Busch family announcing that Kyle Busch died of severe pneumonia, which led to sepsis. He died Thursday at age 41. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new, year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Indulge your senses at La Fleur. Join Phipps Conservatory and their Green Voice on June 11th for an exclusive sustainable soiree featuring live strings, floral fashion, and exquisite French-inspired cuisine presented by Dollar Bank. Secure your tickets for this magical night at phipps.conservatory.org. Add a spark your guests won't forget. Bring the Fierce Mom Energy pop-up selfie station to your next event. Unlimited photos and dance videos, instant sharing, fun props, and custom photo keychains. Your guests will love it. Book now at fiercemomenergy.com. It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Ali Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com.
Details at kdkaradio.com. For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen. catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy, cool this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around I-63. Some rain tonight, low 55. Warmer tomorrow, but a thunderstorm in the afternoon, I-76. Memorial Day, maybe a shower, I-78. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Tuesday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We will take you to Dublin, Ireland. Find out why.
All right, listen, a couple of segments left in the broadcast today. We'll be back with you tomorrow, and, of course, we'll continue. Just some of the things that we've been talking about in the second part of our day, that big story, Cal Busch, who died suddenly after a brief hospital stay, which continuing to send shockwaves throughout the sports world and especially the NASCAR community. It was revealed just within the last hour and a half that he died of pneumonia, sepsis, which is a horrific infection. And so they are saying that that's what took his life. And he had just won recently on the circuit and was getting ready for the Coca-Cola 600. Had been talking about having headaches and was coughing up blood and had just gotten out of a simulator, something they use as a tool in NASCAR preparing for a big race. And he was taken to the hospital where he died within a matter of hours. But we now know what took his life, and it was pneumonia, sepsis, which is a horrible infection. So again, thoughts and prayers go out to his family and, of course, the NASCAR community, and I happen to be one of them. That's a real sad story. Now, some of the other things we were talking about, speaking of diseases and things that, making us a little concerned, I led with this today because I saw in the Post-Gazette, and it's not the first time I've seen it, but they actually had some numbers that the cases of measles are actually the highest they have been since 1991. And the article talked about this vaccination push back, meaning people getting away from vaccines. And we were talking earlier today, and it stirred a lot of conversation in the very first hour of the program. And some people for it, some people against it. And we're pushing back on these numbers and still saying, look, I don't believe in vaccines. I'm not going to do it. I didn't get the COVID vaccine. But my discussion that kind of got people riled up a little bit, but in a very constructive way, was, okay, you as an adult, you decide no, okay? But I think if you're a parent, it's your responsibility to give your child, because they can't make all the decisions that are necessary as a human being because of their age and how they're maturing and growing up and just trying to learn how to live and basically get through day-to-day life, that you have to give them the best opportunity to achieve a happy and healthy life, right? So when it comes to tuberculosis and polio and the mumps and, yes, measles, there are certain vaccines that have been around and have been tested through time. And we here in Pittsburgh know better than anyone when you think of Jonas Salk, University of Pittsburgh, and what he developed, that polio vaccine, and how he literally changed the course of millions and millions and millions of lives. And sadly, here we are in this 21st century, and people have even pushed back on the polio vaccine to where now polio is starting to become a headline again in other parts of the world, especially where, the vaccine may not be as readily available, or maybe they've got other things on their mind in parts of society or pockets of society are saying, I got other things to worry about. But believe me, if we didn't have these vaccines, especially for things like polio and the mumps and the measles and tuberculosis, it would be devastating. And what I'm afraid of is when these numbers are where they are, now that's over 30 years ago. These are the highest numbers we've seen in over 30 years. So it took 30 plus years, but we're on the doorstep now where measles are on the rise. Now, we're talking just Pennsylvania, but I first saw this story because of the measles numbers in Texas. why in the world, especially coming off of COVID, which it took 1 million lives, and I'll say it again, and I've had people that have pushed back on me because I was very supportive of the COVID vaccine, and I got all of them as I was supposed to. If it gave me the opportunity to live through it, to hug my kids again, and if there are side effects 10 years down the road, I would still do it again because I saw people, including a dear friend, literally as healthy can be, my age, lots to live for, life of the party, got it, and within a matter of weeks was gone. And I think about him all the time. I've had a lot of friends pass, and I've gone through a lot of family members, but I think about him, and one of the last things I heard him say, that darn COVID. And it took his life. So if there is something that gives you even a 50% chance, especially if you were compromised and you are in that category where you could get this as an adult, I think you should be making a decision, not just for you, but for the people that are counting on you. And when it comes to young people, especially our children, grandchildren, it's up to us to give them an opportunity. And I could see if the numbers were going up and the vaccine was plentiful and people were getting it. And what they have tried to do, the people that are pushing back on these vaccines, they've tried to tie every bad thing into certain things. But as you saw in the death of Cal Bush, pneumonia. I've got my pneumonia vaccines because as you get older, there are certain things. The shingles and vaccine, you go into a Walgreens, CVS, your PCP, you need to get these things. And I can tell you shingles firsthand. My mother, who got shingles before she passed, she had 6 children. She had a cracked tailbone. She had other problems and operations and injuries. She looked me straight in the eyes and said, "You never want to get shingles. It's the worst." And for my mother, who really at times went through more pain than I could even fathom, just everyday life, raising a family of 6 kids and doing all the work that was morning, noon, and night, the first thing when I came of age, my mother had been gone for years, and it was my time to get that shingles vaccine. I made a beeline to Walgreens. And the same thing with the pneumonia shot, because I had many years ago, I was calling a basketball game in Ohio, and it felt like somebody had punched me in the rib cage, had broken a rib, I had fallen, something that was just an excruciating pain. So I make my way back home, and my grandmother at that time was dealing with cancer, and she was living with us, and I'm explaining this to my mother, and I'm like doubled over. And my grandmother says, "You have pleurisy." So right away, because she's, in her 70s, and that's the homemade recipes and remedies and all those things that my grandmother was famous for. And without skipping a beat, my mother said, "That's what you have." And basically, it's an infection within the linings of the lung. It was horrible. It was one of the most painful. And I've had broken ribs, many broken ribs. I was run over by a truck, all of them broken. I've been through that where every time your heart would beat, it felt like your ribs were going to bust out of your stomach, something like Alien, right? I mean, horrible. And I'm thinking to myself, why would I not want to get the pneumonia vaccine so I don't have to go through that? Why would I not want to get the shingles vaccine? Even if it gives me a 50% chance, I'm doing it. But when it comes to my kids, this is just my opinion. There is no way that I would ever let my child not get those vaccines. And you see, when I was a kid and you got measles, your mother kind of huddled you all in one room so everybody would get it at once and it was gone. And I remember when the mumps were around, my mother, you weren't allowed to get off the couch. And that was the only part other than your own bed of the house that you were allowed to go to. They took this stuff serious. Whooping cough, little children, babies. I mean, it was like everybody out of the house. So I think about all those things that we went through as kids because a lot of these vaccines were becoming just fashionable. And we were kind of, I don't want to say guinea pigs, but we were some of the first to get these vaccines. And the TB, tuberculosis vaccine, with the 5 little needles that were circled after they would stamp you with that, what looked like to be a needle, but it was more like one of those things that you would stamp a lid of soup at the grocery store. I mean, we did it because we knew we wanted to be safe. We and our parents said, you're going to get it no matter what. And there was always, and I mentioned the gentleman earlier today in front of me as a kid in kindergarten, he passed out. I was right behind him, that TB vaccine, but I said, I'm going to do it. Because my mom and dad said I had to do it. And they were looking out for my welfare. And what worries me, I understand you want to keep your kids safe and you have all this fear of these vaccines, but look at the timeline, how long they've been around, and now people pushing back. And a lot of it started with COVID. And now polio is starting to creep back. Measles are starting to creep back. You just don't want to do that. If not to you, your children. That's just my opinion. What do you think? 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get to Harriet. She's calling today from Butler, Pennsylvania. She joins your Pratt Pack KDKA. Hey, Harriet.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling.
I wanted to just add, I'm in my 70s, and I remember polio, and I remember the summer when the pools were closed, and we weren't allowed to go next door and play. And I remember when the vaccine, the sugar tubes came out, and we stood in line at the school with our parents for hours, and the mothers were crying was how happy they were. And I think the problem is that the young parents now have no clue what polio does. What they need to do is lock them all in a room, drag out the old black and white films so they can see what polio looked like and what it left behind. Because I think that if they saw that, they would be much more likely to say, oh, no, I'm going to protect my child from this. You know, and it's like a foreign concept. They have no clue what polio actually did.
Listen, this is just me talking as a parent. Everybody has the right to their opinion, but I love my children to the moon and back. It's the only reason why I still get up every day with a sense of optimism, because I have a chance to do something for my children, okay? So Here's the thing. If one of my children would have contracted something that would eventually harm them, like horrific polio, or they would lose their life because of one of these diseases, that there are vaccines that have been around since you and I were young, and this is just me saying this now, I would never be able to forgive myself.
Absolutely.
I mean, and you know what's funny? You and I are in the same age category. I'll be 70 in January. I forgot about those sugar cubes. But imagine the joy of a mother realizing that their child wouldn't be in braces or an iron lung. I don't think people realize what some of these diseases did because we're so far removed. I mean, TB alone, I remember stories of hearing how families had to move to the desert. And it was kind of not in a pandemic sense that it was in the 30s and the 40s. But those stories from my grandparents enough made me say, I'm going to get this shot. Even if a kid fainted in front of me, I'm going to get this shot. I think that we've had so much good in our lives, and I don't mean this negative because I'm a part of it too, that sometimes we forget how lucky we are to have the modern miracles of medicine.
That's right. And the young parents need to see what those diseases can do, because measles can kill. It's not just the itching and the uncomfortable 2 weeks, they can kill. And polio killed a lot of people and left a lot of people in iron lungs and disabled forever. So I'm with you.
Well, listen, I know sometimes we sound like a couple of fuddy-duddies, people our age, but how I always looked at my parents and grandparents, and I can't tell you how many times they would always say, they walk the walk, they've been there, they understand it, you can learn something. Look, and if you don't learn from your past, sadly, you're doomed to repeat it. Wouldn't it be sad, Harriet, if we discovered all these great vaccines and eradicated all of these things, and now all of a sudden, because of a generation or two, within the next, say, as we approach our 300th birthday, all of those horrible diseases are back on our doorstep, killing people, and even more have developed because other vaccines aren't being funded to actually be developed. Wouldn't that be sad?
That's right, and they are coming back. They are coming back. So,
but see, why don't listen? You say it, I get it, but I mention it on the radio. Nobody believes me. They think I'm a fuddy-duddy. I'm someone that is fearful of every step that I take because I may be getting a little bit older, or maybe I worry about my kids too much, and I've been told that many times. But these things are coming back. You don't see stories in the paper about measles, more cases of measles in Pennsylvania since 1991, unless there's a problem.
Right, and we have become such a global society that nowadays, for the young parents, okay, it's likely that your child could go to school and they might be sitting next to a child who has just gotten here from another country, a third world country, is maybe bringing, I'm not being ignorant, but maybe bringing a disease in. That your child hasn't been vaccinated for. So people are nuts. They're just nuts.
Well, listen, all I know is I've witnessed people who've gone through crib death, SIDS. I've seen it all in my life. I grew up with a young child who now has since passed away, who had cerebral palsy. I saw him being from a prisoner of braces to being in a wheelchair, and how he just wanted to come out and play with the rest of us. We used to let him be the umpire at our Sandlot baseball games because we just wanted him around us. So I don't know. To take anything away from a child because it's truly the brightest and most beautiful years of their life, because it could have been prevented by simply getting a vaccine. And with healthcare today, it makes no sense on why somebody wouldn't want to do it. That's just my thought, Harriet.
No, I agree with you. I'm right there with you.
Hey, thank you. The voice of reason.
You know what? Let me just add real quick. I feel it. I can feel it. We had 2 children that passed away. I held 2 babies in my arms as they died, and another one born with a heart defect. So I would do anything.
Harriet, your own children?
Yes.
Oh, dear God. God bless you. God bless you. No matter how bad my day is or has been or throughout my life, I can't even imagine. And every night I say, thank you, Jesus, for taking care of my children. I can't even, I can't fathom. And my mother used to always say to me, you don't have nothing wrong with your day. You're healthy, and if your kids are healthy, you don't, because she lost a sister at 8, got a toothache. Penicillin wasn't invented until 2 years later, and she talked about how she watched her walk into that car, and the next time she saw her, there was a coffin in the living room. So Believe me, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. Thank you for the call.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Let's get to Ralph in Bloomfield. Ralph, make it quick, buddy. Go ahead. You're on KDKA.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for the call here. The problem basically is with the vaccines is it's twofold. You have people coming into the country that are undocumented, and you can't trace what they've been vaccinated for. And anybody that doesn't like that statement, it's absolutely 100% true. And you have a culture now with the Gen Zs and Gen Xs that they don't want the vaccine. So it's a very dangerous combination. I'm not worried about getting anything because I've been vaccinated for the basics when you are born, however they scale you through it. I've had shingles actually.
Oh, hey Ralph, that's the worst. I mean, I've seen people with it. It's the worst.
I had shingles at 26 when I was on my face from my eye that it went because it goes on a nerve track. From my eye, it went into my head, and it started with my hair hurting. I had and it went away. They give you Valtrax to get rid of it.
Listen, I'm glad it went away. Listen, Jake and everyone else, I am out of time. I got to get to a break for the news with Rob straight up at 1 o'clock. But we'll be back at it first thing tomorrow morning, right after ABC News at 5 a.m. And in the meantime, Rob's coming up next with that news. And then, of course, Michael Bartley later today. Live and local, right here, KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And don't forget to get that Odyssey app. It's a free app. Download it on your phone. Wherever you go this Memorial Day weekend, you can take us with you. DACY. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, you need to. It's your Pratt Pack. Enjoy your day. Back tomorrow. In the meantime, Rob Taylor next with the news at 1 o'clock.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I was diagnosed with postmenopausal osteoporosis and thought, am I going to step off a curb and break my ankle? My doctor said I needed to start treatment right away. He prescribed Divinity and my bone density improved. Now I like knowing I have stronger bones.
For women with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture, there's more you can do to strengthen your bones. Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk in 12 months. Elaine is a real Evenity patient. Individual results may vary. Evenity can increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
It's day one of our two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday, May 23rd and Sunday, May 24th.
In our meat department, Sugardale Hickory Smoked Bacon, 12-ounce package, $2.89 each. In our produce department, avocados are 79 cents each. In the deli, yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $4.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Selected varieties of on-the-border tortilla chips, 8 to 11-ounce bags, $1.99 each. And selected varieties of Turner's Iced Tea, 1-gallon jugs, 2 for $5.
Coos Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 58 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police investigating after a deadly pedestrian crash this morning in Chartiers Township, Washington County. Police say a person was walking along Pike Street around 2 this morning when they were struck by a vehicle. That person has died. Driver stayed on the scene. Investigation continues. In Market Square downtown, Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man was slashed with brass knuckles during a fight. Incident happened around 8:30 Friday night along Graham Street near Market Square. A man broke out brass knuckles and slashed the victim, according to a public safety spokesperson. Police quickly took the alleged suspect into custody. The person who was slashed was taken to a hospital in stable condition. The family of NASCAR great Kyle Busch has revealed his cause of death this week just before he was scheduled to race in the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
Kyle Busch's family announcing his death was caused by severe pneumonia that progressed into sepsis and led to overwhelming complications. Busch had been battling what was said to have been a sinus infection and that he had a cough. When 911 was called this week, the caller who was with him said he was coughing up blood.
An individual that's shortness of breath, very hot, thinks he's going to pass out, and is producing a little bit of blood, coughing up some blood.
Busch went to a hospital where he died on Thursday at the age of 41. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Wilkinsburg man on Friday was indicted by a federal grand jury in Pittsburgh on charges of influencing, impeding, or retaliating against a federal official or federal law enforcement officer by threat. Federal officials say 40-year-old Raymond Chandler III repeatedly called members of Congress and left threatening voicemails, including that he would kill a Congress member and the Congress member's daughter, along with President Trump. Officials say the voicemails occurred between April of last year and May 1st of this year. Chandler faces up to 10 years in prison for each of the 5 counts, along with a fine of up to $250,000 for each count. Well, if you were planning to head to Sandcastle today on this Memorial Day weekend, it will not be open today. Sandcastle announced that due to the unseasonably cold temperatures, the park will open on Sunday instead of today. If you have a Sandcastle 2026 season pass, you can visit Kennywood today for free instead. If you have a one-day ticket for Sandcastle for today, it'll be valid at the park for any other day this season. KDK Radio News.